One. All of that said, I want to confirm that CEO is online. Mr. Roger Brown, sir, if you can hear me, please say something. Marachi, I need a thumbs up from someone around the technical desk. If
CEO is... Richmond,
yes,
I'm on.
Awesome.
They centrally control the mute, so that's why I couldn't unmute myself, but I'm here.
Brilliant stuff. Good to see you, sir. You have the floor, sir. Please take your opening remarks and declare our session open. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I will stand on Richmond's well-articulated protocol, so thank you very much for that. But welcome, everyone, and welcome to the second annual technology conference of Seplat. And before I get into just setting out the welcome, let me start with a quote, okay? And the quote is once technology rolls over you, you're either sitting on the rolling machine or you're part of the road. So let's just think about that. But let's run through the first technology conference we had, which is last year. Where actually we were just Seplat, we weren't Seplat Energy at that time. And the title was a bit long, so I have to read it here, but the digitization and energy technology imperatives to unlock value and achieve reduced emissions in Seplat operations. So it was a well-organized kickoff that we had in terms of this annual conference. And I must admit, when I got the full feedback, I actually turned up to one of the sessions in the Echo Hotel. And what struck me is just the amount of enthusiasm, the amount of innovation, the amount of good ideas that came out of it. And we're really proud of our technology providers, our friends, our partners, everything else. I mean, technology is one of those things that keeps moving, keeps changing. And we all have to work together to keep up. And let me just run through a couple of sort of technology innovations that came out of it that we are actually implementing in our operation. So we've got 5 in particular. We have deployment of wellhead sensors, which gives us real-time decision-making in our business, which is very critical, particularly with a portfolio with some mature assets in it. We really are focused on performance cost control, and this really reduces our deferments. It gives us proper management information, speed of decision making. So that's the first one. The second one, and we want to sort of highlight, was a wax mitigation tool, and again that has dogged us over the years. And actually, this tool then allows us again to increase uptime and also reduce deferment, which is very good, particularly today when we're sitting at $110 oil. We don't want any deferment. Third one is predictive analytics technology, and this is what we installed on our pumps and rotating equipment, which again gives us online information, which Aromi and his team can look at, and the guys in the assets can look at. The fourth one is an integrated planning tool, activity planning tool, and the final one is downhole. This sounds very technology driven, so it's going to go over my head, but downhole surveillance and monitoring tools. So all very important, but actually being implemented in Seplat's operations today, or Seplat and NPDC or NAPIMS JV. So we are actually, we're actually walking the talk. We're not talking about doing things, we're actually implementing them. Last year we had obviously this conference, and then after that what we did then in July is we set out Seplat strategy. We actually refined and defined a new strategy for the company, which led into rebranding in September of Seplat Energy, which you can see the new logo, etc. And it's not just a rebranding in name only. It's actually, we've reconfigured our business, and we're really focusing on energy sustainability of our business. So we laid out a 3-pillar strategy, First pillar being our very important upstream oil and gas business, which is really what made the company Seplat. It's something that we are obviously passionate and we're going to continue, but we do need to look at technology decarbonisation of that upstream business. We need to get more efficient of how we operate it, but we're certainly not going to stop it. We're going to continue that into the future. It then led into our second pillar, which is our gas business, which over the years has been a gas processing business. What we want to do is expand that, look at the gas value chain, and really capitalize on other areas of LPG, CNG, ultimately LNG, and building out that gas business. And then the third pillar is going to be our electricity business. If you want to think of it that way, it's going to be gas to power, it's going to be renewable energy, and it's really widening out the energy mix. And those pillar 2 and pillar 3, Effie, I'm sure might touch on some of that when he speaks. That's under his guise now to drive that and really put a lasting, sustainable business. And really, that's why it's relevant then today when we look at our title for today, which is Technology, a Key Enabler to Sustainable Energy Transition. So this is something that we are absolutely committed to. Transition doesn't mean stopping one, so that's why we laid out 3 pillars, but it's actually looking at the continuum of energy, and we want to have accessible, affordable, and reliable energy to everyone. So it's a wider Nigerian and also global business with obviously oil export. Technology is going to be critical in us delivering on the sustainability. Nigeria has obviously signed up to the net zero, I think 2060. It's signed up to the Paris Accord. Whenever you hear anyone from NUPRC or whatever, any of the agencies of the government talking about it, they're talking about energy transition, they're talking about sustainability, they're talking about environmental reduction, but not at the cost of social. And it's very important that we combine the two, but we need to bring technology into how we do it. So technology is a key enabler. And I think that there are many great ideas in this hall. You're all in over the coming days. I just challenge you just to come up with that innovation, come up with the ideas, show us your new technology products, etc. And, this is a partnership. We can't do it by ourselves, Seplat. We need all of you to come with the ideas. We're open. We've got a very enthusiastic workforce at Seplat, and we want to really define what is a sustainable business for the future of the country, future of our stakeholders, and future obviously of Seplat itself. So it's all about talk leading to action, and that's what we want to see. We want to be sitting here next year and coming up not with 5 particular things that we've implemented, but 10, 15, 20. So I really want us to take on the mantle, take all the challenge, and really let's have a proper debate. So that's all I want to say this morning. I just want to welcome you all again to this wonderful event that's put together by Effie and Naomi and its team. And I declare the second Seplat Technology Conference now duly open. Back to you, Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive Officer, Seplat Energy Plc, Mr. Roger Brown, walking us through some of the benefits of what happened last year, the fallout of last year's Technology Week, how about 5 of the technologies that were shared has been adopted by Seplat. And that really is something to be excited about, because if these innovators go and create innovations and come and share it with the industry, and the industry does not trust them enough to incorporate it in the projects, then definitely they'll be discouraged or export it out of the country, and then we'll begin to import it back into the country. So I think Seplat deserves a round of applause truly for supporting such indigenous innovations and with partners as well across the borders of our country. Very well done, sir. Thank you, and thank you for declaring the session open. He's left us a charge to bring out all the innovations and the ideas. I mean, if you ask me, the charge wasn't out of place since they have demonstrated that there is this willingness and ability to take on whatever will improve profitability at the end of the day and help ease the energy transition. Thank you very much. All right, that said, it's also important that we recognize, I hear they joining us virtually, the senior joint venture partners of with Seplat in their business operations. That's the NPDC, the Nigerian Petroleum Development Company, a subsidiary of the NNPC Limited. We thank you for your continuous partnership with Seplat, and we appreciate your presence at this Technology Week. Can we please put our hands together for NPDC, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Our CEO has also mentioned the fact that our next speaker will be sharing with us some of those technologies, especially as it concerns new energies and the electricity business that the company is making her foray into. And I'd like to now welcome the Director, New Energy for Seplat Energy Plc, Mr. Engineer Effiongokon.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning. It's good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. Is it the weather or is it the rain or what? You all sound quiet anyway. So I'd like to say a big thank you for turning up. So, but let me just start first by, I also like, just like Roger, I like to stand on the Richmond's established protocol. So thank you all. First, before I just want to express a big sense of gratitude to the team that put this conference together. We had our first session last year, and as usual, there's always been a lot of learnings that's gone into this, and hopefully this year we'll have a better performance. But first and foremost, thanks to the team, Tayo and team, Arome, all the guys, ladies here, Osaritin, that's made this possible, and also our colleagues in the office. And also a very big thank you to our partners as well, NPDC, NAPIMS, and also today we'll have my great brother here, Engineer Abel from NUPRC. So a big thank you to NUPRC, our regulators, NCDMB, we had NAPIMS, partners, NPDC as well on the western side. Just to say a really, really big thank you and a really big gratitude to everyone who's made Seplat business, grow to date, and we're still growing, and we've got tall ambitions, just like you heard from Roger. So what I'll do in the next 15 minutes, just quickly put a bit of a bigger context around, that word energy transition is really becoming pretty much a household a phrase or what these days, and what does it really mean? And also talk a bit about how we're plugged into this and how technology becomes quite critical towards how do we transit. We're all transiting, right? You're all getting older. That's part of transition. And then Nigeria is transiting again. We're going through elections. Even our regulators are transiting. You'd have NUPRC, you have the NP. It's very difficult to pronounce the downstream side of things. Even NNPC, like you all know, by virtue of the PIA, is also going through a major transition, as we'll see in the next few months, how that organization is going to pretty much reshape and reorganize. And we also at Seplat, like Roger mentioned, last year we did launch, the first was Capital Market Day in London, where we told the world, our investors community, how we're transiting to become an energy company as against just oil and gas. And now you can see 1 year down the line how we're walking that transition and taking some really big, bold moves in terms of supporting Nigeria's energy transition. So I'll just run through a few slides, if you don't mind. I know it's a keynote address, but it's pretty much also like a short presentation. Can you get my slides on, please? Who is driving the machine? The first part I would like to talk about is, so when we rebranded and changed our strategy last year, we looked at what our purpose is. Can someone put my slides on, please? No, slides. I know. They're working on it, but would you rather use handheld? Are you okay with this? So if you want to have... Is it on? Okay, it's on. Sorry. Would you rather, are you okay with that? It's fine, yeah, it's okay. Next one, please. So the first message I have on this slide is, technology remains core to delivering our purpose, and I'll show about what our purpose is shortly. So purpose, why do you actually exist? Sometimes in life, you can be philosophical, or depends on whether you're Christian or Muslim or whatever. As companies as well, corporate organizations now talk about purpose. So why do we exist as Seplat? So, and I'll cover that slightly. Roger talked about the new strategy we launched last year, and I'll talk a bit about that. And the other one's about cost competitiveness. No, please keep it on the first slide. I'll tell you when to change, please. And the cost competitiveness. We know today that Nigeria isn't really, we're not a competitive nation in all aspects, and which is why it's a bit very challenging to attract investors or investment in the country in all areas. It's cheaper to do things, for example, in China, than even now you look at a lot of companies moving their industrial base to places like Ghana, next door neighbor here, or South Africa. It's kind of really challenging, but that's something we need to remember, that competitiveness is a key towards investment. If you're not competitive, nobody will bring investment into your country. And for us particularly, we look at driving top quartile operational excellence, which is running our assets at very high availability, and also at competitive costs, and driving costs below $10 per barrel. And once that is done, of course, you begin to deliver very good, robust shareholder returns in all forms. Solving today and future challenges, delivering on energy transition, and also the world is looking towards a lot of more energy as countries begin to prosper and move people out of poverty. So there's a massive increase in terms of what the energy demand is looking into the future. And this is why tech, in my view, is quite critical. Next slide, please. So what's our purpose at Seplat? It's about how do we deliver sustainable energy solutions for the society. So the oil production, gas, and then we're going into renewables, power, all what Roger talked about is about how do you actually supply that energy to a massive demand, yearning for more energy. Next one, then how do you transform lives through energy? We know very well that, from the barbing salon where you go cut your hair, that's more about need summit or energy. And each time you go there, you see that petrol generator pounding that your clipper. It's a bit of a shame that why can't we deliver energy from the grid because it's way more expensive, and we're also polluting the environment by burning petrol or diesel. The next one for us in terms of our mission as Seplat, we'd like to lead Nigeria's energy transition with accessible, affordable, and reliable energy. This is very critical. It's got to be accessible, it's got to be affordable, it's got to be reliable. So the whole discussion around renewable energy today, is it accessible, is it affordable? But I can tell you technology is what's going to transform and disrupt that sector for it to become accessible and affordable. And this is key in terms of driving our social and economic prosperity as a nation. So next slide. So what's the strategic framework, what we launched last year? So this picture just encapsulates the various elements of the strategy. First is tightly strong governance and risk management, because this business is quite risky. We're looking at multi-billion dollars investment, and therefore we've got to get our governance right and get the risk aspect right. And if I then start, the next layer you see is the overall strategy, and then if you then go back on the left-hand side, it's about building a sustainable business, which is based on driving social development. So our communities where we operate, even our staff, our colleagues, invest in that social development, focus on environmental care. This is one area our sector is coming under very strong scrutiny as the world advocates for cleaner environment and low carbon intensity world going forward, and also maximizing returns to your investors. On the right-hand side, you see how we want to deliver that transition. The three pillars Roger talked about. Upstream is where we still keep driving lots of investment to generate a lot of cash, and that cash then goes into the pillar 2, which is the midstream business, and then also finances the new energy business, which is really the future, whether we like it or not, and I'll show a few slides in that. Underpinning that strategy is clearly helping to drive access to energy, which is still a bit of a challenge in Africa. Africa remains the energy poverty of the world, like you all know, with over 500 million people still don't have access to energy. Driving emissions down, so we can be a responsible company, helping with the whole climate change, and also transforming the economy. And then underpinning that is integrity, partnership, we're very ambitious, and also driving agility. And then finally, that whole safety. We don't want to run our business and deliver on a strategy without delivering world-class safety performance. So go to the next slide. So what does the global energy look like? And this is where it all comes together. So the world, in terms of demographic outlook, there's a prediction that the world population will grow by about 1.7 billion people So we'll be heading towards 9.2 billion. And emerging economies will be responsible for a lot of that growth. There are more babies being made today, like you know, in Nigeria, Africa, than the rest of the world. In fact, there's contraction of population in the Western world. People are not making kids again in Europe and even in Asia. China is going through major issues with population. So if you look at it, Africa accounts for over 50% of the anticipated increase in population growth. And that comes with huge implication in terms of energy demand and also technological requirement to deliver on that energy. The only sad side is, in terms of GDP growth, despite the massive population growth in Africa or Asia, in terms of GDP, it was still 10%, less than 10% of world GDP growth comes out of Africa. But emerging economies will be responsible for a lot of this energy demand going forward. And as of today, 65% of the world population still live in countries where average energy consumption per head is relatively low compared to the world average. If you then look at the right-hand side of this slide, what it shows in terms of energy outlook, demand is bound to grow by 25%. Natural gas remains a very strong base for that demand, driving availability. With LNG, it means a lot of countries can get access to gas. Renewable energy is also driving part of that growth. You see, renewable energy at the end of by 2040, 2050 takes almost 50% of the energy mix. But oil and gas will still remain relevant for quite a long time. Coal is meant to go flat in that period. If you look at the coal consumption in OECD countries, it's actually flat. The only disruption now is with the problem in Ukraine invasion by Russia. You see then Europe is now restarting all these coal plants, and that's a bit of a concern for the world because we're going back exactly where we had moved away from in terms of carbon intensity. So overall, we see oil and gas playing a big role, but renewables coming in as a big player in that mix. Next one. So it depends on which future you believe in. There are several scenarios out there. So in the BP report, BP has come up with 3 scenarios. There's the rapid scenario where renewables actually develops rapidly. There's also the net zero scenario, and there's also business as usual scenario. The difference in those 3 scenarios, it comes down to how much we're able to develop oil and gas responsibly with driving down emissions, and how much renewable then comes in, whether you're looking at nuclear, hydro, or you're looking at, there's a whole lot of work going on hydrogen, for example, and how will that mix? So there's quite a number of scenarios out there, and that's what this picture just shows. But overall, the general forecast is that oil and gas will remain relevant, but the portion oil and gas fits in the energy mix will reduce over time, with gas helping with as the transition fuel. And our strategy is very much tied to that sort of model and our belief about the future in the energy mix. Next slide, please. If you then zoom in on Nigeria specifically, Nigeria, is a massive country, massive opportunity. If you look at this slide, just shows you where are we today. I think there's a census. We'll know our true population hopefully by next year. But generally, we're over 200 million people. And by end of the next 20 years, we're projected to double in population. We're heading towards 400 million people by 2050. It's about 329 by 2040. GDP growth, total energy demand is bound to increase as the population grow. Then the energy use per capita is also going to grow. And if you look at electricity today, we all know that we have something like, 12 gigawatts installed, and what gets to the consumer is just roughly about 3 gigawatts. And there's so much work around how do we double that or triple that capacity going forward, because the country can't really grow without energy and technology. So massive potential in the country, massive opportunity, but at the same time, lots of challenges as well. Next one. So let me then come into technology in Seplat operations. I think Roger did a very good job by teeing off about the key experiences we shared last year at this workshop, the key takeaway, and how we built on that. And I think it's still a journey, still a lot of potential in the tech space. But if you look at what we've done so far, this journey actually started in 2019 when we looked at setting up a tech team, working the opportunities. Then November, we then had a business to technology mapping, the BTM process, which then spilled out what are the opportunities in the company. And from that, we moved on to setting up a technology maturation process, a toll gate process where we're not just going to deploy technology for the fun of it. There's going to be a compelling business case before we deploy technology, and that's the whole idea of why we have a maturation process. And that has gone very well. We've set up very clear critical success factor, looking at areas where we've been very successful. And finally, we're looking at how we now use this whole plan, do check model to try and drive improvement. So looking back on those deployments, asking ourselves, is it really delivering value, whether in area of safety or asset integrity or production efficiency, which overall comes down to how we drive value for the business. Next one, please. So it's been a journey. I think we're delighted with the sort of progress we've made so far. We're not a very big IOC with large R&D, so we're leveraging a lot with our partner vendors like yourself. Quite a lot of organizations have been quite successful in helping us out. So in terms of the key drivers for tech in our business, there's the HSE, which is always number one. We'd like to drive enhanced production. The assets are getting really old. The basin is brownish, and therefore, to drive enhanced production, technology plays a big role. Operational excellence is also key. I'm happy to see Ismail here, operations manager in the field, who are really battling through lots of challenges with equipment availability issues, produced water, sand, and all that, but doing a fantastic job. But tech remains at the core of what we're doing. Collaboration, process optimization, OPEX reduction. You know, the federal government, NNPC, has also set this target of how can we drive down our cost to, so we can become a company that can, or a country that can deliver less than $10 a barrel in terms of operating cost. And finally, emissions as well, which is a big one. Next one, please. In terms of the challenges we have today in our portfolio in Seplat, remember Seplat started by buying assets from IOCs, so these are very old assets. Some fields are older than a lot of you here today. We have fields that are older as 50, 60 years, and that comes with its own implication regarding asset integrity. So we're working in terms of how do we drive down a break-even cost for projects, because we're doing lots of infill projects, a lot of brownfield projects, infill wells, at the same time upgrading lots of facilities. So how do we drive down unit development cost and break-even prices below $30 a barrel, especially in a world where, you know, commodity prices are quite volatile. You must have read in the news today that I think Goldman Sachs has forecasted that oil price will be nudging backwards again towards the $60 per barrel. So this 120 we're living is just pretty much a short-term thing because of the invasion in Ukraine. And the unit operating cost driving that, so technology is going to be key to that. Looking at subsurface, reservoir optimization, characterization, which is how we've been able to really access very difficult, challenging reservoir. I go back those days when I started my career as a reservoir engineer. It was very easy to develop very large reservoirs with, you know, 1 or 2 wells. Now those days are gone. When I was driving deepwater Bonga, I remember one well on Bonga was doing like 50,000 barrels per day. Today in Seplat, we're drilling wells that are delivering 500 barrels per day. So it's becoming really, really challenging. 1,000 barrels per day, 500 barrels, small reservoirs, and then you also have to live with the regulation around. You cannot commingle or straddle the reservoir. So a lot of discussion going on how we can bring down that cost. Then the issue around ESG, environment, social governance, driving down emissions, which is linked to flaring. Today, 70% or 80% of our greenhouse gas emission is from flaring. And we do have a lot of projects to end the routine flaring. Produced water is also another one. Oil and gas industry, energy industry generates a lot of water. In fact, 10 times, if you look globally, not just here, even if you look at the shale production in the US, for fracking, they actually do 10 times water production than oil. Today, we're still working that space. I think our BS&W is roughly about 30%. So we do make a lot of water and water challenge. How do you process that water? How do you dispose of it? And complying with the regulatory requirements, big one. An ambition, of course, is to hit top quartile performance for all our assets. And the last two is around crude theft. Today, the country is plagued by crude theft. If you look at one of the biggest challenges they will face in the industry is we produce oil into pipelines and we lose 95% of that production. The TNP in the eastern part of the country and the NCTL today, a lot of operators have decided to shorten production into those pipelines because we're losing 95% of the production. And this is real. For us in Seplat, we have a Haji South that goes into TNP, and as of a few months ago, we're losing 95% of our production. And some companies have decided to shut down the production into those trunk lines so they can look at other options of crude evacuation. And that's why the country is suffering today that we have an OPEC quota of almost 1.8 million barrels per day, but we're struggling to even do about 1 million barrels of oil per day. And that's part of why the country is having this liquidity challenge. There is no money. If you go to the bank now, you want PTA, you can't get dollars. So when a really, really deep crisis, I know government is doing a lot of work to bring in technology to see how we can address this also with security. And the last one is around uptime availability of all our rotating equipment, especially compressors and pumps remain a big challenge area for us in the asset. Next one. So in Seplat, I think Roger did touch on some of the progress we've made around technology deployment. Most of this is really more around how we drive operational excellence. He talked about the sensors, so you can get data from your wellheads and feed that into some kind of model, whether it's a simple Excel spreadsheet model or it's a complex model like the VAM or IPM. And that's the essence of why we install those sensors, and we're getting real value of it. It's got safety implications for us, so people don't have to go out to remote areas, especially now that this country is so unsafe. We spend lots of money building a VAM, virtual assist monitoring. Wax is another problem. We have massive wax problem. I think the Hawk was one of the technology we tried. We've seen real value from Hawk deployment. And then the bit around emission. And what's going to make a difference going forward is how do we abate all these emissions. It's not too much around whether we produce oil and gas, but it's how do you actually get rid of the emissions. So we can also not help to destroy the environment. Those are areas we've tried a lot of deployment, and we're looking forward to working with our vendors, working with tech providers to help us really push that envelope around technology deployment. Next one. The slide has disappeared though. So in terms of where are we, I'm almost wrapping up now. There's quite a lot of areas, a lot of potential looking forward in terms of technology, which we're really driving very hard. And I think this slide just shows where are we today. There's a whole lot of talk around digitization. And I did mention to someone earlier on that, every company is becoming a tech company. If you look at Tesla today, you ask yourself, is Tesla, is it really a car manufacturing company or is it a technology company? And then you look at the banks. The banks are no longer it's no longer banking in the old traditional sense. Look at fintech. So digitization is one which is becoming quite live. We kicked off a digitization gap assessment 2 years back with Schlumberger, and there's quite a number of areas where we looked at how we can grow and close that gap. If you look at where we are today, I mean, in every technology space, you can decide whether you want to be a trailblaze, so you're ahead, or you want to be a fast follower, or you want to be a laggard. I think when we did our own assessment, we're very much in the digital follower space. And again, it's because we're very conscious about what we're doing. We don't want to get investors' money into areas where we then begin to lose money, rather. So we're very selective in terms of the choices we make regarding technology. So that is where we are today. Where we'd like to be is to become a digital champion, which is a company that has very clear position in the marketplace with complex and tailored internal partner and customers. So that is our ambition going forward. Next slide. So in terms of looking at oil and gas trends in the industry today, people talk about AI. A lot of you have this Apple phone. Sometimes they'll tell you switch on as you're moving, the phone is tracking you, right? Gathering every information about your behavior, your spending. And those of you who like to do a lot of transaction on the internet, it's tracking how you're spending money. What's your favorite shopping site? Women like to shop a lot. We guys also shop, and all that is just gathering data and building a model about yourself, and then proactively approaching. Before you start buying what you don't need. That's the world we're in today. With all this new, especially new generation with Instagram, this is all about data gathering. That's all what AI is about. So in the oil and gas industry, AI automation is a big one for us. How do we harness the massive amount of data? We spend multi-billion dollars acquiring data, but we're not really maximizing that data. From drilling wells to production, seismic interpretation, the whole value chain. That's an area I think we're now actually waking up to try and leverage on the high-power computing that's become available. And then you go to big data and analytics. That's an area also we're beginning to do a lot of work, especially if you look at areas like in 3D, seismic, surface drilling. There's been a lot of work now around building data models. And lastly, I did mention, it's nothing really new. When I started my career in the 90s, I remember then we said we cannot drill wells everywhere. So you drill wells in few part of reservoir. You then take the data, you build neural network, train your neural network to predict reservoir data where you can't drill wells, and that's how you then begin to do reservoir modeling and forecast of future performance. IoT is the other one. Drone technology, there's a whole wide range. So what's playing out in the oil and gas industry, we're now looking at adopting and copying technology from other sectors. The drone actually came out of the military, like you all know very well, out of security. And we're using drone today to inspect flare tips, to inspect areas you really can't access. And we're lucky we don't have H2S. If you go to countries like the Caspian, and also in the Middle East where they have fields with about 30–40% H2S, you cannot have human presence. It's all driven by drones and robotics. So that's the level to which technology has been able to help us create value and open up access to very challenging resource across the world. And the last one is about virtual reality, where we look at how can we really build digital twins. It's a very common one nowadays. In the Gulf of Mexico, they're actually building remote control room onshore. So people don't have to go out to the Gulf of Mexico, either on a TLP or an FPS. So they're actually controlling all their all the production facility from the base, from onshore. That way you save money from flying people on helicopters out to either TLP or platform, whatever. You save people exposure, massive gain. So this is really big transformation that's happened in the tech world for us, and is also making a big impact on our industry. We're able to produce previously sub-commercial hydrocarbon. So what are the blockers today in terms of adopting digitization, which is the next one. Next one, please. There are quite a lot of challenges we're facing. First is business priorities. How do we define our business priorities? Functional capabilities, digital operating model, and also the agile culture. These are some of the challenges which a lot of industries are facing in terms of how they adopt digitization. We're also having similar challenge in Seplat, but we're working through that challenge nowadays. And the good thing is we've got so much very young engineers, highly talented, that are very digital savvy. The challenge then is how do we get the older people like us who become, sometimes we can be blockers to this whole transition and transformation. That's something we're all working on as we learn and adapt and also change the culture towards digitization. I'll then finally talk about 3 areas. Next one, which we'll see technology playing out. First is in exploration. This business is built on, massive successful past success in exploration, prospectivity work, looking at how you acquire seismic, how you process that seismic, whether you're looking at offshore streamer surveys or OBN or OBC. So you see a lot of tech coming in now in terms of helping with exploration, prospectivity work. So today we'll look at advanced algorithms, looking at how we analyze and visualize, but in terms of the leap, we're looking at augmenting the visual cognition of geoscientists using machine learning and to reveal the geography. So it's very easy then for you to go from seismic interpretation to mapping your faults, all the acoustic impedance, all the direct hydrocarbon indicators, all the way to tagging, becoming more successful. And this is why a lot of exploration was actually becoming more successful nowadays. If you look at all the big discoveries made recently in Namibia, it was based on use of really high tech in the exploration space, and also see a lot of big discoveries around, even in Ghana, where they had some big discoveries recently, and also I think in Morocco. Next one for development. So this is the next stage. So the challenge is about silos. So we see digitalization helping us to break those silos, getting teams to work together, breaking down the barriers, and then where are we today? Is how do you drive integration, and looking forward is how you then integrate and analyze seamlessly to ensure that we maximize what the data we have. Potentially, this could generate almost $30 billion of cost of savings when it comes to well costs. The last one is on production, which is where we spend a lot of time in Seplat, for example, looking at this continuity of operations and legacy asset base to explain the less sensorized state of the operation. Today, that's something I just shared some examples of how we have moved in that space, and we begin to see a lot of value in there, and also seeing the impact on production efficiency, high uptime for the equipment and the plant and the asset, and that translating to reduced operating cost dollars per barrel. There's a potential of almost $20 billion savings from this tech application. I'd then like to wrap up now my session to say, looking ahead, key conclusions, tech remains core in terms of our business, whether we survive or not, whether we become efficient, whether we're able to address all the global requirements around environment, We want a cleaner environment. We want to leave a better legacy. We want to leave a better world for our children and grandchildren. Tech is going to play a lot of role in that space, how this whole energy transition happens. If you look at all the investment R&D today in hydrogen, in solar, in geothermal, it's all technology. How we continue to drive investment in the upstream, traditional oil and gas, again, comes down to technology and how we drive improvement. So harnessing data integration, and analytics application to focus is a key one. I talked about the example about when you go online, you're shopping, how you're being monitored and how data has been gathered. So very similar for us is how we gather all this information right from exploration to development, appraisal, production, all the way to abandonment, and how that data model then helps us to make the right decision that meets all the stakeholders' requirements. We'd like to continue to foster ecosystem of innovation and technology adoption while ensuring that the future outlook to manage all our stakeholders. Investing in capability is a very key one. It's not just about the hardware or the software or all these gadgets, but it's also how do we manage talent, how do we manage governance and the culture and the behavior you then need to really maximize the opportunity tech provides us. So adopting digital operating model with clear governance accountability, embedding an agile culture to design and implement innovative solutions. Also looking at, as we drive the business, looking at critical milestones all the way from strategy development to strategy execution to then business plan implementation. Clearly that whole see-through, it's quite critical that we bring in, we embed digital thinking into that whole process. And finally, driving, as we implement those technologies, we'll look back and look at areas where there's going to be failure. Some technology will not work, but what's critical is we learn from those. Like they say, you take risks, you fail, but you then fail forward. So you learn and then you drive improvement going forward. So on that note, I hope I've been able to share, what Seplat's purpose, vision, beliefs is, the new strategy, how we see technology remaining integral, core, how we deliver on our promises going forward, our ambition going forward, and how technology remains critical towards this whole energy transition while we keep driving investment in the upstream pillar 1, pillar 2, the midstream gas, and also the new energy space. Collectively, I hope we can make this world a better place and deliver value for all our stakeholders and deliver energy to the world. On that note, I want to say thank you very much and we look forward to a very productive workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director New Energy for Seplat PLC, Engineer Efiongo Kone. Always very passionate when he talks about oil, gas, renewable energy, the whole 9 yards. My colleague, who you'll be hearing from sometime today, because we're doing this together, Tim Lulua, was saying to me that he enjoys listening to a guy if you talk all the time. Yeah, the man is like, he's a narrator. It's a good thing that he's not an MC, so I've got good competition. It's all right. It's all right. Please stay in the oil and gas space. We'll keep hyping you. We'll keep hyping you. Anyways, thank you very much. One more time, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so having listened to him, I will not bore you with trying to do any kind right now of a recap of the things that he has said. My business is quite simple. I will bring up the panel. The panel will come up and look at the theme for their panel, and I'm sure they will also be touching base with some of the things that Engineer Kone has mentioned. Okay. So we're looking at balancing the dual challenge, maximizing returns versus corporate sustainability. I mean, he's said a lot of things about how we can maximize returns, how we can deploy technology to do that, and how corporate governance is driving all of that effort for Seplat. But this panel of 4, to which he will also be there, we do justice to all of that. Sean and Amarach, remember our conversation concerning this lectern once this panel session starts. Please keep that in mind. Ogefi. Okay, before I ask you come back, let me welcome our first panelist first of all. Our first panelist has over 20 years of research and consulting experience in the oil and gas industry and engineering project management. He's a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers and Engineers Australia. He has consulted in areas of environmental impact assessment, oil and gas property evaluation, energy business development, routine and special core analyses and management projects, in oil and gas training, trading and transactions. He has published numerous technical papers in the areas of oil and gas engineering. He's partaking in various projects, both in the country and outside the country. In Nigeria, he's taking part in a whole lot of such projects. I'll just name a few. He's been part and also a team lead in projects with Lagos State Ministry of the Environment, Mobil Producing, Seplat, ADAX, Shell, and of course, very many other companies in Nigeria. And outside of Nigeria, in places like Australia or Algeria, he's also worked and led teams in many different companies and projects. Currently, he is the 2021-2022 chairman of the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council. I'd like for us to welcome Professor Olalekan Olafui. Joining them on the panel is a sales leader with several years of experience in the upstream sector of the oil and gas industry. Although she started as a reservoir engineering intern with Mobil Producing Nigeria in 2005, the bulk of her oil and gas career has been with Baker Hughes. She currently oversees the systems and software business for Emerson Automation Solutions in Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, and Ghana. Please welcome Nkechi Adegboyega, Regional Sales Manager, West Africa, Systems and Software, Emerson's Automation Solutions. He doesn't like me telling people about him, but we all know him. He has 29 years experience in the industry. He can speak off the cuff about this industry even in his sleep. Let's welcome Engineer Effiong Gokun, Director, New Energy Seplat. He doesn't like me reading his citation. He just doesn't like me. So, what can the righteous do? All right. Our panel is to be moderated. If you would give me 1 second. Yes. Our panel is to be moderated by an engineer with background in chemical engineering with a master's in process technology, has 8 years working experience as a petroleum engineer, experienced in both onshore and offshore deep water assets, worked in both oil and gas fields, career spans across field reservoir engineering, studies engineering, simulation, and asset management. And she is currently the general manager subsurface for Seplat Energy Plc. Please welcome Ibiada Itotoy. Sean Amarachi, please. Thank you. Sean, you come up with the microphone. Amarachi, go ahead.
Okay, thanks and good morning. I think we're going to have quite an interesting discussion today. It's going to be quite interactive up here. The theme is very, very topical. As you're aware, we just came out of the Earth Day. The theme of sustainability is something that's really top of mind, not just within our industry, but globally. But it affects us specifically because we are one of the main, will I say, partakers or contributors to that process. So we'll just kick off this conversation. Let me start with Mr. Effie Okon. We do know that there's this tension between maximizing returns and corporate sustainability. People say that companies, not just oil companies, we tend to wear the hat of maximizing returns. Anything that doesn't bring profit is something we move either into the CSR space or take completely off the table rather than integrating into our core operations. But do you think that this quest for ever increasing profitability or increase in GDP is something that we can actually attain without a negative impact on the environment?
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Ibiada. Thank you very much, Ibiada. I think, well, if I step back and reflect, and the whole issue, the problem our industry have is like every other industry. So you invest, you try to create value, and then there's always a side product, right? And for us, like, if I go back to traditional oil and gas, produce oil, you make a lot of water, you put a lot of emissions out into the atmosphere, whether through leaking flanges or leaking connection or flaring. So the expectation for the world now is, look, we're not saying you shouldn't produce oil and gas, right, to make money, which has its own benefit and value. The whole capitalism globally today, it's capitalism is good, it's created value, but can we do that in a way that we're not also creating problem for the future? We're not destroying the environment. So a lot of discussion today on sustainability is go back and look at, and this is about design thinking. Some of you may be familiar with the model of design thinking. It's something that Harvard has really published a lot. Is if you go back and look at your chain, whatever you're involved, whether you're in manufacturing or even the so-called Tesla, you know, looking at electric cars, if you look at that, your full value chain, your byproduct, is there a way you can rejig your processes such that your byproduct becomes a valuable material? That's what the world is asking for. When you go to Middle East today, they make a lot of water, and they are processing that water and using it for irrigation. There's no water in the desert. So that's a classical example of, look, we can produce oil and gas. We can be a bit more responsible. We can look at all that byproduct and waste. How can we re-engineer our process such that you don't have that same kind of waste, right? That what you're delivering is value. So I strongly believe that we can continue to invest in oil and gas, in energy. I use the word energy, pardon me, I'm just too old now. 28 years is oil and gas, and now my last few years is we're talking energy. So pardon my, when I say I mean energy. So Ibiada, come to your core point. I think we can achieve both. And the beauty today is investors, the world, our children, they're asking us difficult questions. What kind of world do we want to leave behind for them? My kids, for example, I can tell you, none of them ever wants having to do with oil and gas because they have this very negative perception. It's because of what we've done. You go out to the field today, you see massive flare in Oben, right? Or Sapele. Those are the kind of narratives we're trying to change. If we change that narrative, I believe we should be able to achieve both. And lastly, investors they're not just asking about, are you making your EBITDA, you're earning before interest, tax, and amortization, or you're paying dividend? No. First is the ESG. What is your ESG scores? And if you can't demonstrate that you're working in that space, nobody's going to invest in the industry. So there's a demand now by the world that you can still produce energy at the same time. We want to see you do it in a very responsible way. So, I believe we can achieve the two.
So do you think we can actually decouple the carbon emissions issue from our industry? Do you think it's something we can only do partially or something we can achieve? I'd like to hear that from you and also from research as well, from Professor Olafi.
So I don't know what decoupling means. Maybe you need to help me. So decouple carbon emission from
the oil and gas industry.
Well, maybe my other panel members can help because I struggle with that decouple. Let me hand it back to them.
Okay, Prof, please. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you very much, Ibiada. I guess you threw the question to me because I'm a lecturer, but I've been working on the research to decouple. Oil and gas is carbon and hydrogen, and in various proportions. So it's actually very difficult to decouple that. But as he mentioned before, we can actually do it in a reasonable manner. I can give you, for example, the world is actually transiting You don't have to force the word to translate. The word will translate itself. That's how we translated from coal power plant to oil and gas. And now, I mean, Seplat, being an indigenous company, play a leading role, even ahead of the other companies, to move into like gas coming up. Even the moment you try to reduce the number of carbon atoms that you flare, you are reducing the CO2 emission. So for us, all we do is carbon and hydrogen. So there's no way we can decouple that. But we can do things to reduce, or like a research like CO2 sequestration, where we come up with technology, and that's what this week is all about. Technology, how do we come up with technology, partnering with Nigerian universities, overseas universities, to see what Seplat can do further in their own system to reduce this CO2 from what their present operation.
Okay, thanks. Let me just segue from that into my next question, which has to do with this concept of powering economic growth with green energy. So do you think that looks like a dream, or is something that we can achieve 100%?
Yes, we can achieve 100%, but not 100%. I mean, for us in the university, once there's something called 40, that's E. You score an E, so if you move from E, then D, 6 to 49. So 100% is very difficult to get, because it's not 1 plus what we're talking about here. Technology fails at times. There are so many times you drill a well and you don't get good results from what you've initially planned. But with what we are doing, or what the company is doing presently, you can be going towards 75, 80%. And I think last month you had a program where you had to plant trees. So we can actually calculate how much CO2 emission that is coming from your operations. I mean, both oil, gas flaring, even let's say gas is not flared, you're piping the gas, but definitely CO2 is going to come out of that, the gas that you are producing. And you try to equate it to the number of trees you are planting, and we put it up to the CO2 sequestration, where we can do carbon storage, because you made mention that you have old brown wells. So some of these wells, if you partner properly with some of the universities, some of us, we can see how you can actually go beyond 100 by taking more from other companies and inject it in the system, capture the carbon and put it down, so you now have more credit. In that sense, if in terms of carbon credit, it can be beyond 100% in excess. But in terms of generally to the world, it's difficult to achieve the 100%.
Okay, let me take the viewpoint from the technology person. Nkechi.
Thank you. So where we were 2 years ago in terms of renewables is not where we are today. A lot has changed because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. A lot has changed. So would you expect oil companies like Seplat to be as fast? Because we are currently in an energy crisis as we speak. We're looking at what's happening in Europe. We're looking at, gas, issues of cutting of supply, output now going to places like China and India. So we're in an energy crisis at the moment. So would you expect companies like Seplat and other oil companies in Nigeria to look at, hydrogen and renewables the way they were looking at it 2 years ago? Not exactly. They are going to try and manage the energy crisis. So focus will be on things like LNG, natural gas. So what the focus should be right now is, first and foremost, making your processes greener. That's still part of focusing on renewables. Making processes greener, enhancing your processes, supporting processes to be greener. Cost optimization, reducing your costs, increasing your production, reducing your G&G emissions. So that should be the focus while we wade out of this energy crisis. You can do that, for instance, in the LNG space, which has a lower carbon footprint, than the usual suspect. You can do that by, what Prof mentioned, which is CCS use, carbon capture storage units, using that, injecting that into the fields, enhance oil recovery. So you are making your processes greener while wading out of the energy crisis, recognizing the current realities, which is not what it was 2 years ago. So we do have to be realistic. It's not a lofty dream, but we are going to maintain the current model, which is my recommendation, while making them greener.
So do you see in terms of the technology that is coming out that something like carbon neutrality is something that we can meet by the 2030 target that has been set by the UN?
Absolutely, absolutely. So you're going to use that to enhance, you have a lot of brownfields. So the focus will be on enhanced oil recovery through methods that make your processes greener. It's, so you don't have to turn off a switch and just become green immediately because we are in a crisis.
But then what do you mean by, because I think the concept of green, when most of us think of green, we think of photosynthesis. But now you're talking about, oil and gas and you're talking green.
So making the processes greener means reducing your carbon footprint in the current model. Because when a lot of people talk about renewables, which was what we were talking about 2 years ago, we're talking about, we have to, zero emissions, net zero initiatives. We need to, and we do have this, just like Ogefi mentioned, we do have these regulations. Nigeria is signed on to the Paris Accord. We do have these initiatives as a country in place. We are working towards regulations. Even the UAE is just currently using the EU model as a benchmark to do the same. So we're not that far behind in terms of trying to put regulations in place. Making the processes greener is basically about, understanding the reality of our situation both as a country and as an industry, and then looking at the current model and how we can partner as Seplat. Seplat can partner with the right technology companies to enhance the current processes. Sustainability is something that can be achieved with the current model. You don't have to turn it off like a tap, is what I'm saying. So that's why by making the processes greener, just reducing the carbon footprint, LNG, natural gas is the way to go with that. And then if you do that in combination with carbon capture, absorption method, whatever method we're using to enhance oil recovery, then that shows that you are in that space. That's really what you need to show, that you are in that space and working towards it.
Okay, let's see a little bit about what Seplat is doing in that space. So my question is for Effie now. It said that after coal, fossil fuels, in particular petroleum products, are the second largest contributor to, global warming. And if you look at it from some of the planetary boundaries that have been set, we're told that about 4 of those boundaries, as the Earth, as we are now, we've crossed 4 of them. 2 of them, I think, are somewhat connected to Seplat. We have global warming and biodiversity loss. Those are somewhat connected to activities of the oil and gas industry. So what are the specific things that Seplat is doing to contribute to this? And even in terms of our contributions, how much of a responsibility do you think Seplat has to reducing this?
Okay, thanks, Ibiada. I think we're doing a lot. We're trying, some things are new, I must say. Let me start with what we haven't been doing before I come to what we've been doing, and we've not been very successful, but we're now changing tactic and strategy. First is the biodiversity action plan. We have never published a biodiversity action plan. So when additional resumed last year, there's a GMHSC. That was one of the targets, we sat down and talked about that. We've got to have a biodiversity action plan, which is a bit of, even me myself being oil and gas for a while, that's an area that hasn't really taken a lot of focused attention. If you're in the marine business, for example, ship industries and all that, they tend to spend a lot of time around, all this flora, fauna, how is that balance? And some of you I don't know, some of you like, snorkeling, when you go on holidays and you go underwater and put this thing on and you're looking at all these nice things under the sea. There's a whole world out there which we don't tend to remember, that whatever we do above water is also impacting what's going on in life below the sea, in that whole oceanography space. You look at Lagos today, I always wonder when I drive around, I say there's so much sand, is it reclamation you call it? We're taking so much sand from the lagoon, you go to the Atlantic Ocean, there's just, all these things are pretty much destroying, and I mean there's economic value so that people can have houses, at the same time we're creating problems. So We are going to be publishing a very clear biodiversity action plan this year. The GMHS is driving that with the collective input from everyone, and that's one area where we're going to see a big change. The other one that was mentioned earlier on, was it Richmond, the tree planting exercise? We have never done tree planting before. This was something the chairman was very, very passionate about, and we kicked that off with Dr. C driving that. We launched that in Abuja. We'll be doing that in all our areas of operation and some states outside our area of operation. We did it in the north, in the 6th geopolitical zone. You know, in Nigeria, whatever you do now, you have to balance the equity of the zones, not just only in where we operate, do business. So that's another big thing that's coming. Some of you get to see a lot of it. It's happening a lot in the Amazon in South America. They've done lots and lots of tree planting, and that's because the Amazon forest is being destroyed at a terrible rate, which is why they're serious. So that's something we're taking seriously. The other one is produce water. I'm happy Ismail is here. Those days we produce water, send the water to the terminal, to Focados, and then that water gets, how do you call it, dehydration in Focados, and that water gets injected into the shallow marine. Now we're taking all our water in Amukbe. Still a bit of a improvement, some good bit of gap. There's a big project engineering is working on to automate that. But now we take all our 40,000 barrels of water out of that production stream and then inject it into the reservoir for disposal. So that way you're balancing, you know, extraction and then in situ dehydration. And the big one we all know is gas flaring, which has been a big challenge, right, over the years. But we have projects now lined up, and they're going through either in front-end design, engineering, detail engineering phase, or in execution towards installing. For us, we're even lucky that we have a big gas business. So the issue is now install compressors, compress that gas, put it on the sales line. The only area with still a bit of a struggle, if I look at all the fields, I think in the Western asset we're very good with that because we've got existing infrastructure to compress all that gas and put in this. It's not like Seplat has been buying compressors. We have taken care of the high pressure system. Where we're struggling is the low pressure system. So all your condensate stabilization gas, for example, or your off gas in Surge, all that. So that's what we're tackling now. Then in the eastern part of our portfolio in Imo State, GCK, we're installing gas lift compression to take all that gas and use it for gas lifting. In Ohaji South, we will install compressors next year, take all that gas and put it at the North gas processing. So overall, again, I always like to put a bit of a caveat. The focus about this project is to end routine flaring. You're still going to have flares time to time. If you have a process offset and you have to do a gas blow down so that we don't blow up our whole facility, you're still going to have to put gas into the flare as an intervention from a process safety point of view. But what we don't want to see is currently we're flaring about 30-40 million scoff of gas that every day we're just burning gas. No, and it's been achievable. It's been achieved. If you go to Europe, you go to a lot of FPSOs in Europe, you see like a blue flame, not the red flame. So all these things are possible, and we strongly believe with the focus today, with the priorities defined by the board, our commitment to the world, to our investors, we will deliver on this end of routine flaring by, I think 2025 is what we're looking at, the next 3 years.
Okay, that's a very good target, and I think very specific as well as to the areas. So just Prof, in terms of some of these ideas, I mean, we need to take it beyond Seplat if we want to make the impact on, you know, some of the climate issues that we're facing. So in terms of how we, how the industry as a whole adopts sustainability initiatives, because sometimes some of these initiatives like tree planting, you know, most companies might look at it as it's just a cost center. They don't see really what's in it for them. So what do you think are the strategies or the partnerships that we would need in order to scale it up, and particularly with reference to Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Ibeda. Ogafi has said a lot, but let me just add some things to what you need to publish. Number one, you need to account for how much emission are you bringing into the system. Let's take Seplat as a case study, and this is applicable because they have representative from NUPRC here, the director here in Lagos, and she'll be able to take this message home. Let's calculate how much are you emitting. Why? You know how much you are producing. You know how much you are running your turbines. It's easy, you can do that. You know how much gas you are producing. So if you calculate that even the gas is being maybe turned to CNG or somebody is using it, so you should be able to have an idea that how much that gas is going to react with oxygen to give you the CO2. And the crude oil, you know the kind of crude oil you are producing. If it's light, you know when you do the your crude assay, you have an idea of what this can translate to. You don't have to be 100% right, but at least for engineering, plus or minus 5% is probably acceptable. When you calculate it, let's know the amount of trees you are planting. You and I know that in this country, we have not occupied up to 30% of the land we have. Just look at it, use the Google Earth one day and try to do a rough estimate. You see that where you have buildings, people living is up to 30% of the land we have. And we have a lot of deforestation going on. Take it as Seplat is planting a tree, and we can do the estimate for, people can do the estimate, people in agric engineering or botany, they can tell you this is how much oxygen that is being released, this is how much CO2 that is needed. You need to balance that first. Once that is balanced, you know whether you are positive or deficit. If you are deficit, I mean, it's like, let me put it straight, sorry, I have to say it. Most of the time when people come and say, oh, we are doing a tree planting, a lot of people plant tree. In my house, we have a lot of flowers, we do a lot of things. That is not enough to cater for the CO2 I released using my cars. So let's do that balancing so that Seplat can say, yes, we are deficit of this. We now know, go to the next stage. Let's go to the researches. How do we capture this CO2? I can tell you for free that a lot of Nigerian universities, professors can do it. They can do the research, go along with you. And that's what this week is all about. I've been part of a CO2 sequestration team in Australia where I study as well. But if we now see that you're deficit, you can come up and like, I have a lot of brown fields. How do I inject this CO2 back? As she mentioned, how do I use this CO2 to even enhance the heavy oil that I have to produce to the surface? In utilizing it, you now have what is called CO2 accounting. You can count exactly what you're producing. Then you now know if you are real green. Green doesn't really mean you are not going to, for me, it doesn't really mean you're not going to produce oil. Your business is oil and gas. So if you are saying you want to go green, that is not for this, it's not for Seplat, you can go for another company. And even most of the companies that are coming up and say, oh, it's Tesla, electric car. Come on, what is an electric car? You have to charge the battery. 3 weeks ago precisely, I was discussing with a building that was powered with solar panels and battery in Sydney. And the man told me the batteries are getting weak. He said they're going to put it on eBay now, and they have 50% capacity, and ask Nigerians to buy. They export all the batteries down to Nigeria. And we'll see, oh, Tokumbo is better than a new one. So we'll buy them. I mean, you know you all buy it, so some of us buy it. So buy, don't buy, but I still buy batteries. So how do you dispose those batteries? So they now turn here to dumping ground. You think you are bringing Tokumbo in. So how do you dispose? There's nothing green anywhere. Nothing is green because every single thing that you take out of the earth still get to pollute. Is what we take in. You take in food, you pollute through the other side. So definitely there is something wrong about it. A company has to produce solar panel. It's using energy. And some of you that use solar at home know that solar panels cannot charge your battery effectively. So, what are we talking about? I don't want to just go more into, it's another thing entirely that we need to discuss much later. Disposal of the batteries. It's a major, in fact, it's worse than the CO2 we are talking about. We do not know that. There was a time a news came up that there was a little leak from the nuclear power reactor water in Japan. That the whole places there were already jittery that this is going to cause. Every single thing. I can even tell you for free that hydrocarbon is even the safest now. Hydrocarbon is the safest because you just go to the surface, it is not going to harm you and things like that. We can just go green with what we're doing. Go green means let's try and plant more trees. Let's try and use so that do this photosynthesis, can bring more oxygen, they can take the CO2. If you do that and you do CO2 sequestration, I think we're going to be perfectly okay. Was it not last month, the president in Colombia, somebody won an election by saying they are moving from wind farm because the wind was not even blowing to oil and gas.
Doc, let me just interject a little thing here. Well, you know, some people might say sustainability is not just about our generation. Sustainability is also about future generations, our children, our children's children. This hydrocarbon we're talking about, I don't know, this is my personal view. It took millions of years to make. So in a sense, it's a finite resource. So coming from your argument now, if it's really the most, from what you're saying, is in a sense the most secure form of energy that you see, but if we still need to have it around for the future generations, in that case, from your viewpoint of where you're coming from, how do we then ensure that that happens?
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned that during the last, let me say, conversation, but I will still say it again now. Let me just, before we were born, oil and gas wells have been drilled. They've been drilling wells. I can just briefly tell you a little thing that I encountered when I was growing. When I chose petroleum engineering as a course and I got to year 2 or 3, then Chukwumerije, information minister, then said, oil and gas is going to finish in 10 years. So I was very scared. That was in year 2 because I've not started doing drilling. We started drilling in year 3. So when I got to year 3, I'm like, oh, there's directional drilling, there is different one. By year 4, I concluded that, listen, until we drill from here and the beats come out of the US, we are still going to be having oil and gas discovery. So which means technology is coming in. Smart ways to discover oil and gas are coming in. You just had new discoveries. So in what we do, as I mentioned before, the best way to handle it is let's have a kind of a culture that can balance what we are producing. Seplat have started, but they need to really go into it, not on the surface of the whole thing. Let's plant more trees. Let's do a research to calculate how much emission are we actually bringing out. It's very easy. I'm not advertising, I can do that for you for free.
But Prof, you know, it takes a couple of decades for a tree to fully grow and start performing, right? So in that case, if you're talking about balancing, you have to be talking about balancing your emissions to that. Well, that sounds like a research project for you.
That's why I mentioned to you. Okay, let's say you plant 1 million trees today. You know the age, this is the CO2 it can take, this oxygen it can give. So you increase your research in terms of CO2 sequestration, carbon capture. So by the time the trees are growing, like kind of when you have a plot, you know you're having more oxygen in the system. If you're not producing more than what you were producing before, you know you need to have carbon surplus. So you can actually take other companies beside you. That is if NUPRC make it
Which
mandatory.
was where I was coming to scale up. How do you think we can scale up? After that, we'll take Nkechi's view on scale up.
That's how you go to CO2 sequestration, you have brown wells. So we capture carbon and we inject it to the reservoir, use it for CO2.
I mean, how do we scale up these efforts as a nation? Scale up these efforts for sequestration, for tree planting, for downhole disposal. I think Effie mentioned quite a number of these initiatives. How do we scale it up as a nation?
Presently, because I'm not a Seplat, I don't know the stage you are. I said, with just a research of already a few thousands of dollars, I'll do that for you and I'll calculate it. And I'll tell you, this is how long you're going to take you. This is what you need to do. Seriously. 6 months, you have the result.
Thanks, Prof. That's a great ambassador for the academia. Yeah. Nkechi,
Okay.
what do you think?
So, as a country, as a nation, the issue of there's a lot of pollution. We have to understand that. So we are planting trees, but there's a lot of pollution. So you have to tackle these things at the grassroots as a country. Yes, we have the oil and gas industry doing their own part. One part of that is making sure that whatever vendors you partner with also have net zero initiatives in place.
Exactly.
So that's one way of taking responsibility. You know, saying, okay, if you're going to work with us, then you have to show us that you have your net zero initiatives or sustainability initiatives in place in your organization. So that's one way. They call it scope 3, right? Scope 1 and 2 is they're directly responsible. Scope 3 is someone else is responsible. So then you can take some kind of responsibility by doing that. So, but when it comes to sustainability on a long term, it's a grassroots thing. Teaching your children not to litter. Pick up after yourselves. Recycling initiatives. We have, in terms of, waste disposal, garbage disposal, we have poor practices as a country. We have to improve on those practices. So we can plant trees, and just like Ogafi mentioned, it's all the geopolitical zones, we are planting trees all around there. We should also sensitize them. We're planting these trees for XYZ purpose. So you have to do your part. Don't litter. We use a lot of plastic.
How do you think we can spread that beyond just one or two individual companies for their own particular reasons taking up these initiatives?
So one way we can spread that as corporate organizations is by ensuring that during those tree planting drives, because it's a drive, right? So it's a campaign. During those campaigns, you can hold, workshops. Speak in the local language of the people. Let them know, if you're, plastic bottles or waste paper or nylon bags, which is very common, show them, this is, you need to dispose of this in this way. Teach them waste management techniques. That will support the tree planting efforts and all the efforts to go greener as a nation.
Okay, let's talk about the oil industries themselves. This is something I believe at Seplat we took really seriously following our listing. So there are, multiple drivers for us taking ESG seriously. But then there are a lot of independents. Yes. They're really focused on the bottom line. The first E is really the one they're looking at, not so much the S and the G. So how do we get, as an industry, everybody on this ESG train, or do you think it's something we need to do at all?
It's easy to get everyone on board. You have to sell the value. So you have an environmental part. First of all, as a country, if we have local regulations, which, like I said, we're not so far behind because the UAE is just trying to get theirs in place now, using EU as a benchmark. So if we have local regulations in place that support sustainability and net zero, already those independents you're speaking of already have an obligation to abide by those local regulations. Then you have the social part of it, diversity and inclusion, cognitive diversity, different ways of thinking. You let them know, look, these are the advantages of this social aspect. This is what you stand to gain. You tend to get different ideas to the table. Then the governance part, you let them know that the governance part would ensure that there are economically viable options that they have available. And once they are economically profitable from an economic sense, what happens after that? Innovation comes up. With innovation comes what? Additional technology. With additional technology comes what? Investors and shareholders. So it's an easy sell if you are able to explain to them what the benefit is from an ESG perspective. So ESG, properly applied, will bring value, will bring money, which is what they want. So they will still get the bottom line, but it's just showing them you will get your bottom line if you follow this, even more than currently.
Okay, let me ask Effie then, from your, you're a member of some of these industry bodies and all that. So how do we do that, looking at partnerships within that space, within government, within NCDMB? I think there are a whole lot of, forums through which we can drive it. From where you sit, how do you think we can do this?
I think it's a very good point you raised because, in life, you first have to survive, right? Before you live. That's always the first problem. I'm sorry for a little bit of digression. If you look at all what happened in the delegate and money was going out, because Nigeria is still we're not living life yet in this country. Let's be honest with ourselves. There's so much poverty. There's so much challenge. So if you give someone 500 naira, the fact that that guy can buy, I don't know, bread or something, 500, comes first, not thinking about what happens tomorrow, next, tomorrow, or next. So, but my sort of perspective on this is, first and foremost, we need everyone. I think Prof nailed it very nicely. We need collaboration with academia. A lot of the research today in the world, if you look at it, even all these big businesses, they start from universities, right? So all these small boys who go to Stanford or Yale or MIT, they have startup. They still pivot back to the university professors to help, which is why they get massive R&D. It's just our own system, our society, our priorities is different. Harvard has a $40 billion fund, for example. So, Professor, I fully much agree that we need that collaboration with yourselves, and we have to work that space.
So you think we need to maybe start endowing research?
Correct. That's some very basic. The next one, you heard Nkechi speak. I've been with Baker Hughes CEO Lorenzo, and I've been at the Sarah Week. You meet all the CEOs of all the big companies. There's nobody you talk to today that doesn't. The first thing is about sustainability, ESG. They're also adapting, looking at technologies to help us. So for me, if academia is there to support research, if all these multinational companies, which are the big, they drive a lot of the technology development. What do we do in Seplat? We just buy or copy or deploy. They're very much plugged into that ambition. Our president has signed to 2060 net zero, right? Other countries said 2050, but it was very realistic that Africa will go a different journey when it comes to just transition. So for me, if the country is there, industry is there, academia, and then regulation is tough now. So when I started my own career, I was like in 92, I started working as a reservoir engineer. It was cheaper to flare gas than to invest in gas solution. Because how much are we paying for gas flaring? It's 10 naira per 1,000 scoff. Today, you have to pay $2.60 to flare gas. So by the time you work the economy, you better go put that gas solution there, otherwise you're dead as a business. And then the bit around how I see all this linked together, the investors are saying, look, if you don't sort out your ESG and you don't have ESG, I'm not going to put money on the table for you, or your cost of financing or borrowing is going to be extremely high. So if my cost of finance is high, and I'm paying ridiculous penalty for whether all the pollution, water or gas or whatever, then you're forced to do what's right? So somehow I think, all the factors are coming together and forcing us to do what is right if we want to remain in business. It's still a bit of a challenge that because of this energy trilemma, which is about energy security, sustainability, I think, which is the third one again, affordability, different countries are looking at different paths. As we speak, a lot of new oil and gas is being discovered every day. I was at the IEDC conference in Accra last year. It's amazing how much new oil and gas field, Namibia, South Africa, there's oil everywhere, right? So I don't think there's a problem. The key issue then is how do we all come together, work together to really deliver that energy in a responsible way so that there's still poverty, colleagues, right? And I think Prof talked about this electric battery. And I've been learning, because we're also learning, my new role is new energy. I'm learning a lot around new energy. There is no simple, easy solution. You look at all those wind farm, whether it's offshore, onshore, look at the massive environmental pollution of those big things you see, right? Then the battery you talked about, what do you think goes into making the car battery? Apart from even a disposal, how about mining for nickel, cobalt, lithium? It's not cheap. So it's a very complex situation we're in, and there is no easy way out. And I fully agree with my panelists that we have to collectively, collaboratively work the solution space, Ibiada.
Okay, thanks a lot. So let me look at it from the point of view of technology. So if we have these new oil finds coming up, which from what we're hearing here is not something you want to leave in the ground, are you aware of, or what are some of the new technology developments? Let me ask Nkechi, who's I believe in the middle of that. What are some of the new developments or technologies that you are seeing that will, take us towards being more sustainable? maybe even, bringing in some of those principles of circularity that we can use.
Thank you. So there are several technologies available. Actually, that's a whole different presentation. So there are several technologies available.
Just give us some summary of it, yeah.
So for us as a company with Emerson, we have several technologies that help in, with GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, monitoring carbon emissions, just like the Prof mentioned. We have a lot of technologies around that. We have a lot of technologies that relate to injecting your GCCSUs. We are heavily involved in that. Injecting into your food for enhanced oil recovery. We're heavily involved in that as an organization as well. Baker Hughes, like you mentioned, my former organization, is so involved in that. So the key really, it's a whole cocktail, right, of technology available out there, all towards making your processes greener. And I keep emphasizing that. It's not about turning off a switch, because we do live in Africa, and the hunger is a real problem. So what we are going to do as a corporate world is to ensure that we make it better. Ogefi talked about starting in 1992, so we have to make it better than what it currently is, and that is what we want to do. Make it greener, make the processes better, and partner with companies like Emerson, like Baker Hughes, and there are companies out there that are involved with technology that actually support, companies like Seplat to make processes greener, enhance your current model, reduce the cost of your operation, reduce your G&G emissions, while increasing your production. That's really what the end goal is.
So do we have any that's active that you can share?
So with Seplat at the moment, no, we do not. With UAE, yes, we do. We have in UAE, we have in EU. I'm talking about Emerson now.
Okay, if you don't mind telling us a little bit about it, just quickly.
So I think that's a different. I don't want to bore us with the details of
but it's okay. Let me then ask: is it something you see as being applicable here?
It is very applicable. It's very applicable here in this space. We're going to share. I will share materials after this with the organizers and with Mr. Umitiji here in the audience. I will share documentation on that. But we are doing it currently. Okay. Yes, with ADNOC specifically in the UAE. We're heavily involved with them in terms of making their processes greener. And there are some technologies which I would share after now.
So are these solutions, because one of the things we look at here is the high cost of operations, are these solutions that you think would scale the kind of economic hurdles we have here?
Absolutely, they're applicable in this environment. There is, so when we are comparing ourselves, talking about the oil and gas industry, what we usually compare ourselves is the UAE. It wouldn't be realistic to compare ourselves with Europe because it's a different field. They're operating on a different level of technology advancement and the like. So if it is applicable in the UAE, I can tell you it's definitely applicable here.
Okay, thanks. Prof, is there, in terms of research, any, recent research that also supports this sustainability space with respect to oil and gas?
Okay, thank you. Before I go into answer your question, I needed to use this opportunity to say that Seplat is doing well. Maybe if other companies under IPPG decide to follow, you might be doing the whole IPPG might be going green. Because I know because the IOCs have their mother company, so they're already going green. They may probably not change the name, they're already investing in the research in terms of carbon capture and other researches that has to do with going green. Then this is also to NUPRC. The federal government have said that 2060, yes, that's 2060, we are going to go green, we're going to be okay. So NUPRC probably need to do what is kind of called CO2 emission audit for the companies they give licenses to. So everybody should look at what they do, how much they're flaring, and let's have an idea of what we're actually generating first from that. And NNPC also is not left out. You know how much fuel you import into the country because they're the sole importer. So once we have this is actually going to help us in our analytics. Now back to your research question. there are a lot of researches going on. I only mentioned the two of planting tree because, you know, you have to be ahead of your game, but you can't run faster than your leg. So if Seplat at this stage we are not going to CO2 sequestration that I was already involved in like almost 15 years ago, it means we have to do that first, because that's the only way you can store the large CO2 being emitted. Then the next one is the CO2 flooding, which is the current research we are involved with. How to, the brownfields have to be using CO2 to get the oil that is trapped and that is left behind out of the reservoir. Also, there is another research going on overseas, not in Nigeria, on how to capture from emission from cars, from generators, how to capture CO2, you bubble it through some liquids and it gives you some other products which can always be changing like a cartridge. So that also can be done in Nigeria, but that is going to be maybe very expensive because actually there has not been a major breakthrough also, and people don't want to pay individually. People don't want to pay for such things in Nigeria. If I ask them to buy something like a little catalyst to stop, to capture, so the only one that is doable now is your system going green, know the emission, plant trees, and do CO2 flooding, injection, storage, and anything that has to do with the large capturing system. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Effie, I think I was glad you talked about a just transition, meaning that, I think Ichi also spoke about it, meaning that Africa is not where advanced countries are. So that jump, just jumping suddenly from fossil to complete renewables, we would take a slightly different path towards getting there. And I think at the Energy Week, we said that as a nation, we'll be looking at gas as a transition fuel. So do you foresee a situation maybe where we will get so comfortable with gas that either as a company or as a country, we would end up staying there rather than going the next mile, which is the more difficult mile, to renewables? Bear in mind that some of the IOCs, I think, they're investing quite a lot in the purely renewable space. I think some universities have even shut down their petroleum engineering departments. So if this is the direction the world is moving, do you think we will find ourselves in a position where we're just stuck with gas, or what trajectory do you see?
Okay, I think it's a very tough one. So the question is, do we get stuck in gas so that everybody's aware, and that sort of impairs or becomes an impediment towards how we drive the renewable space? It's a big risk, and the reason is, if you look at gas today, almost everywhere in the world, gas is becoming quite strong, because LNG, if you look at the forecast for LNG demand, it's gone up significantly, and there's a whole lot of money being made. Today, people are selling gas in Asia for as high as $10, $12, $15 per MMBTU. Still still a large resource that's globally present almost everywhere. All the LNG trains today in Australia, even in the central African ring, where there was a lot of discovery in, I think, Kenya, Mozambique. You're all aware of the massive LNG project, Novura LNG by Total in Mozambique, in Angola. So there's a lot of gas. So there's still risk that even Nigeria, we're looking at Train 7. So gas, clearly, everyone has come to that realization that, and we always keep it simple in our Seplat story. We say if you drive gas into the economy, number one, you displace diesel, right, for power gen. Then if you drive LPG, you displace cooking firewood, what our parents or our grandparents, those of us who are from, less privileged background, some of you are privileged, so you've been using gas, but my grandparents were using firewood and charcoal and all that. So if you drive that, you eliminate all that high carbon intensity. We'll agree that it's not green, that's very clear, but the key focus is overall, are we driving down carbon intensity. And yes, by that. But what I think was going to make the difference for us is, at the end of the day, in terms of hierarchy, Maslow hierarchy of needs, it's going to be affordability. You can have all the nice renewables. If people can't afford it, then people will continue to live. Don't forget that the Stone Age didn't end because of lack of stone. There's still plenty of stone today, right? Even is the Iron Age. So you have all that conflicting challenge, but I think we're all committed to living a better world, a greener world, less carbon intensity, so that our children don't suffer from all the issues, this extreme flooding, extreme temperature, all that. I think there's that commitment. So, I'll say the jury's out there. It's still a bit of a tension. How far do we push gas? How does renewable come in? In Seplat as well, if you look at how we're in terms of our strategy now, we're going really, really aggressive on the new energy side. We're looking at solar, we're looking at embedded, captive power, looking at electricity as a whole, that whole complete energy. We've invested in lots of studies. We looked at hydrothermal, hydrogen, green, blue, gray hydrogen is no longer in fashion. We looked at all this, but I can tell you that if you cannot make money, then you cannot invest, then it's not sustainable. We can't deceive ourselves. Nobody will invest. You can lose money on the short term, but even if you're investing money, even like in the Western world today, you see all this subsidy on wind, on all this renewable, because they strongly believe that at some point, technology will disrupt that trend, and all this investment will become very profitable. Nobody will want to be subsidizing any kind of business forever. On the short term, but it must be able to make money on the long term. That will be my own sort of reaction, that it's a very delicate balance, it's a tension, and that's why you see there's all kinds of scenarios around energy transition for the different parts of the world. How that makes a nuclear, fossil-based energy is going to shape will depend on a number of, but I think technology is where was going to disrupt that pattern. Coming back to the earlier point you asked, Nkechi, and apologies, Nkechi, I didn't know I forgot you changed Jesse from Baker to Emerson. So we've been working a lot with Emerson, and Nkechi is right. Emerson is one of our really solid service provider in process automation, in valves, in transmitters, all that stuff. The whole Oben system is also based on Emerson's. So they've gotten all that support, but we haven't really begun to work the new space. But I can tell you that I am aware of a lot of what a lot of companies are doing. Carbon capture and sequestration is a big one. But you got to realize that there's horses for courses. So we produce about 100,000 barrels of oil per day today across all our assets, East, West, Elcrest, and about 350 million scoop of gas. If you want to do a carbon capture project today, it's not my. So you need massive production in terms of oil production, how much CO2 you're going to extract, because it's very simple. What is carbon capture? You capture all your CO2, right? You inject it into reservoir. Most times it's for enhanced oil recovery, because you're using CO2 to break down your interfacial tension between oil and water, so you can produce more oil and reduce your residual oil saturation in your reservoir. That way you're hyping or increasing your recovery factor. It's very simple. But to do a CCUS project is multi-billion dollars. You got to realize that. How much is our budget in Seplat today? Our capex is about $200 million. And if you look at why it's so attractive in the Middle East, because I also worked on CCUS in Qatar in 2009 when I was in Qatar. The Middle East produces almost 20 million barrels of oil. And you can break that into what comes out of Saudi or Kuwait or UAE. They have massive production. And the Middle East is also a dictatorial kind of system. So once the sheikh says this is where we're headed, whether it's been Al Thani in Qatar or it's Sheikh Zayed in UAE, which is why ADNOC is able to, it's not like here where you have an NPC, you have all sorts of fragmented approach to problems. They're very, very aligned and very, very tied to their national patriotic. There's nothing like your Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba here would do. So we're not really aligned to start with. So that's why it's very easy in the Middle East to drive all these transformational technologies. There's scale, there's alignment with vision, there's patriotism, and there's sheer commitment to the nation. It's not about you or me, it's about we want to make our country great. That's how the Middle East has grown today. A lot of you go to Dubai and you enjoy holidays. It wasn't built on my and this sort of this fragmented system we have here. So we're looking at all those technology, Ibiada, we have looked at CCUS and we feel Nigeria as a whole, I don't really see any company for now that can go on to CCUS. Don't forget, Australia was, I think, one area where they tried CCUS. There are a few projects there, but these are really mega large. So for us, it's horses for courses. Let's plant trees. A few $1 million here and there, 5-6 million, we can plant trees. We invest about another, I would say $50-60 million next couple of years to install compressors, take out all the gas. We've done a lot of looking at detection about leaks, get a lot of all these flanges, all this. So we start small, small, small. Overall, we're all contributing towards driving down that carbon intensity. So it's not about being macho or do the biggest thing. No, you don't have the money. Investors won't invest. You got to look at your portfolio, your peculiarity, your unique challenges, and what makes sense. And the last one for me is this issue around carbon emission. I've heard people say, but Nigeria, we don't do much now. Nigeria just only emits about, is it 0.6 million tons CO2 per annum? I always say it's like sin. It depends, I'm Catholic, so I don't know about you guys. There's people sometimes say there's small sin, there's big sin, right? Sin na sin. So what I'm trying to say is emissions is emissions. So whether we're able to take out 1%, 2%, whatever, I think collectively we need to commit to that sort of journey, and hopefully in the long term we'll see that ripple effect. And a lot of us are going to be gone. We'll be dead anyway by 2050, 60. But what's critical is all the young people here today, I see, guys, people online, we want to leave a better future for them and our children and grandchildren. Thanks, Ibiada.
Okay, let me ask a question, because you said something that kind of, struck something in my mind with the way the nation is going now. I just noticed, online that sales of charcoal stoves is on the rise. Yes. A lot of people, let me not mention my name, but a lot of people are, seeing these supposedly efficient, charcoal stoves as something we should maybe start looking at. Gas, I think 12.5 kilos is about 9,000 now. So there's the issue of availability when it comes to LPG. Why is it that a lot of the independents, this LPG space is not somewhere we're actively playing? Let me start with Nkechi, then take views from Effie and Dr. Prof.
Okay, thank you. So it's not only in Nigeria. In Europe, they're going back to coal. So, and that's why you're seeing that post-pandemic, the carbon emissions are, they're speedily going back up, because the Russia-Ukraine crisis I mentioned, a tongue twister, sorry. The crisis I mentioned, of course, is affecting Europe as their key customer. So even in Europe, the emissions are through the roof because everybody's going back to coal. So like we're going back to the dark ages now. And that's why I said at the beginning that we're in an energy crisis. So we cannot be as focused on the hydrogen and the green as we were 2 years ago. And there's no end in sight to this crisis, unfortunately. So we're trying to manage it. And I want to mention that LNG has a lower carbon footprint. So we need to recognize that. So by using gas, we're not just not doing anything. We are doing something. It has less of a footprint than oil does, significantly less. So back to your question on the affordability. That crisis currently ongoing is playing a major role in affordability. For those that use gas, if you compare the price of a 12 kg cylinder a year and a half ago to what it is today, there is more than 150, I think 200% jump in the price. That crisis is playing a major role. So the lack of affordability is not because it's gas, it's because of what's currently going on in the political space globally that's having an effect. So what we're trying to do is manage the situation as an industry, as a corporate industry, and like I said, that comes in by doing what? Enhancing your processes, managing your costs, increasing your production, and then reducing your G&G emissions. So maintaining your current model while improving the process for sustainability.
Okay, let me get to Effie on why we are not in the LPG business.
Okay, so the LPG business is quite an interesting one. We get all these comments all the time. But before I talk about the LPG, let me even go back to a very good point around. So Europe that's been talking about all this, all of a sudden, when I think it was the Nord Stream 2 project that takes gas to Russia, the pipeline. Once it was all this issue with Russia, you see them fall back. Of course, the same Europe that was telling us you have to do this. So we've always been saying that, do we really need Europe? But sadly, we haven't really developed a country where we can be independent, right? Why do we talk about Europe today? Or Obodo? Because we need finance. You can't go to China and tell the Chinese what to do, right? You can't go to America and tell Americans what to do, because we're still this country that's always begging, capping. And so that's the dilemma we have. You still need finance to come from the Western world, and therefore we need to be compliant. That's one of the bits I wanted to mention. The other one is around this issue around Europe going back to gas. For me, it's about necessity. So when I was small, I remember, my parents who had kerosene stove, who had gas, right? Each time LPG price goes up, we all rush to kerosene. But even now, the kerosene is not even cheap again, right? We know that kerosene is not good. We're all there cooking and smoking all the emission. But it's about necessity. So the dilemma today why independents are not into the LPG business, like you said, for you to have an LPG business, the first thing is you need, LPG is what? It's propane butane now, right? And those of you that are reservoir engineer, if you do your gas composition, C1, which is methane, is always like 70, 80, 90%. And therefore your C3, C4 is very small. So you need massive amount of gas to do LPG, which is why NLNG is the biggest LPG producer today. And they export half of that LPG abroad and then try to get half of it into the country because the issue around distribution network, all sort of issue. But long story short, in terms of independence, quite a number of independents also don't have large gas reserves. Don't forget, we're lucky in Seplat to have a big gas reserve like Oben and all that. Company like ITO is pretty much more oil province in the swamp. You look at quite a number of them don't actually have a large gas business, and therefore, if you don't have large gas business, you can't make a business case to invest in LPG, all these towers to extract the C34. It's a bit difficult. The other thing people shy away from as well is, of course, you raise finance in dollars, right, abroad, and you're selling LPG to the local market, you're collecting naira. Today, you all know the biggest problem we have, right? You can't access dollars. So how do you pay your debtors overseas? I saw a paper in the paper yesterday that airline in Nigeria, they have almost $500 million trapped they can't take out. So if you're a CEO or on the board of Delta or Lufthansa, KLM, sitting in Europe, and your business here has $100 million, would you want to come do business in Nigeria? Are you guys with me? So we have too many issues, so many problems we're grappling with, and until we address a lot of this fundamental issue, you're not going to see. So clearly LPG demand is massive. We paid study work to Woodmark, and they showed us that LPG demand in Nigeria is growing at an astronomical rate, but there is no LPG because of all these issues I talked about. So in summary, for us, the Seplat, we're not sending LPG today, you're right, but as a North project in the design, we bolted an LPG module. So when Arsenal starts production next year, we'll be churning out quite a significant amount of LPG into the market in the east. That's why we said we'd like to tackle the eastern part of Nigeria, Imo, Anambra, all that part. We'll take a lot of that LPG out of Ano. Then if you come to the west, the Oben, we have a project, I think Mike is here, we're looking at bolting an LPG module into the Oben gas plant, so we'll start getting, so all gas projects going forward will always have LPG module where it is economical to make that investment.
Thanks, Effie. And I think let me throw this to Prof now, because what we hear is that financing is one of the bottlenecks, So what is academia doing, looking at how some of these equipment that apparently we need to import, we get to stop importing them?
Thank you very much. Let me just go back to the last question first. Let me just chip in one or two things. Even though the question you asked Oga Effie, as we used to call him, it's for Seplat, But simultaneously, the major problem why we do not have LPG is called liquefied petroleum gas. It's because we are not refining. So the one that you see that comes from your gas cleaning, you know, that exists as little or low proportion, C3, C4. But the major source of LPG, that's the first product you get when you boil your crude oil. The gas that dissolve in form of C3A and C4 in a crude oil that we produce. So if we start refining, the government can control. So the price of LPG went up because you still have to go and import it. Globally, the price of everything has gone up, even flying. Everything has gone up. So the inflation is not only in Nigeria, it's all over the world. In the US, we buy $5 per gallon. That's almost like $1.25, $1.50. In Australia, it was $2 per liter of fuel. So for us to have a kind of equipment, a lot of universities are doing the research in the area, but the major challenges we are having is, I can't say NUPRC and I cannot say government, but I can vividly tell you that when you come up and tell a company can do something, NUPRC is not actually acting very well. They are not acting well. There are some people that actually makes what the commission is doing, I mean people that work under the chief executive, that not making it to come out well in promoting the local companies. And that can be attributed to the government problem. Because you all know you can roll out steel. Ajakuta steel, the one that is there can actually power the whole Africa with enough steel. Why are we not exploiting that? So the problem is not for people in the research area. We design, we do all sort of things. But when the government wants it done, it will be done. If you don't want it done, what is wrong in saying a company, we should have a Chinese company here to come and be melting iron? And we have so many companies now, when government set a regulation that we should stop importing iron rod, we now have so many companies. If you see trucks going on the road, packing all these waste iron, and they now recycle them. So government needs to play that important role. NUPRC needs to work with NCDMB and make sure this stops. If it does not stop, we are still going to be foreign dependent in dollar and everything, and it's going to continue to affect the economy. So, sir, NUPRC, you have to get an approval from government. Let's start looking inward. We can do it. If you look at most people that work for, she just said she's working in ADNOC to do some things for them. They are Nigerians. You have best researchers, they are Nigerians. So it's not our fault. We design, we do everything, but once you are not encouraged, I'm sure you are aware we're on strike. And no salaries. Thank you.
Somehow I think Prof covered it. When they're on strike for 1 year, how do we manufacture?
All right. Thanks. This has been a very interesting session. From what we are hearing, some of the things we will need to do start right up all the way from policy, from government, and then although what we're focusing on today is technology, we hear that there's a lot going on in the technology space. But even within the technology space, financing is going to play, you know, a big part of that on how we can structure our financing. But really good to know and to hear about the concrete steps that all companies like Seplat are taking towards making the processes and the operations more sustainable. Thanks to the whole panel. Thank you, Prof. Thanks, Ikechi. Thanks, Effie.
Thank you very much. Please, real quick, just stand up for a quick group photograph. It's been a really wonderful session. You know me, I'm always particular about an excellent use of time. Thank you, Ibiada. Thank you so much. Please give them another round of applause for such a wonderful use of time and walking us through the theme on balancing the dual challenge, maximizing returns and corporate sustainability. Truly, they've created with this conversation the right balance on how we can, in this transition, put the right technologies in place, the right processes in place to optimize production, at the same time allow for a sustainable environment that we can transfer to the future generation. The issue around LPG and the recent trend of coal stove becoming a thing, I'm glad that Nkechi pointed out that it's not only here in Nigeria, it's a global thing. So let's not be afraid, let's use it, but we'd like to look for a way to make gas prices, especially LPG, affordable for the people who use them. So thank you all very much. We have, interestingly, over 200 people online. Amazing. So thank God for, yes, please, let's appreciate them. Thank God for technology. This place would have been, I told them yesterday when I got here, I told Mr. Midiji and his team, I said, well, this place will be full of people, but they are, in their wisdom, decided to have on-site and online. And that online platform has afforded the others the opportunity to die. So all of you online, we thank you for joining in. We hope that you are benefiting from the conversations as Seplat has intended. And if you think you know or have any technology that can provide solutions to some of the challenges highlighted by Mr. Engineer Okon and the members of the panel, you can do well to reach out to Seplat through the platforms that you're watching. That is, if you are not already discussing with them with any technology that can provide solutions to some of the problems that has been highlighted. Okay, so moving forward, we're going to go on a short break. When we return from that break, Temiloluwa Mobiogbo, my colleague, will introduce the NUPRC and NAPIMS speakers, and then I will come back to do the pre-lunch round-off, and then we'll serve lunch. We'll come back from lunch. The MD Seplat West will speak. Then we will take Mr. Midiji's presentation, a stretch break, and we'll go into the technology showcase. Speaking of which, there are a lot of companies that will be speaking to us in that space over the next 3 days. For today, we're going to have LTEM Support and Services Limited talk to us. Daptem Engineering will also be in today's technology showcase. Tomorrow, some other companies that will be doing that will include GHG SAT, Sniffers, Questor, Mudonzagal, Deepwater Free Zone, I think that is, Baker Hughes, and then the final day would have Schlumberger, Microsoft, Emerson, Prune Urge, Halliburton, Cypher Crescent, BDV Services, Energies, Solve, Spark Cognition, Emocom, Petrosmart, in that order as I call them. But as you will expect, when we get to a particular session, we will properly introduce to you those who will be taking that particular presentation and which technology, have they been categorized in to make their presentation. We will tell you all of that. Okay, so on that note, we will go on this short tea break. It's 10 minutes. My time says 11:25. So 11:35, we will come back. Tea and coffee is served in the adjoining hall, partitioned with this thing here. So just in the adjoining hall, when you take it, eat it there. We kindly are not allowing the cups to come in this way, so that when we want to start, we will not be interrupted by the waiters trying to clear cups, right? So it's served there. There are not many of us, and then in 10 minutes, we're back to continue with the session, by which time it will be 11:35. Yes. 11:35. Okay, so thank you once again. All of you online, tea is served. You can take tea in your house, send a bill to me. If I get the money from Seplat, I will take tea on your behalf with the money. But all the same, I'll see you at 11:35.
ladies and gentlemen, as you comply and cooperate. Thank you. Officially, the tea break is over. So please make your way into the hall so we can continue with the proceedings for today. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down, settle down. The tea break is officially over. So for those who are still having their tea, this train is about to leave the station. So we are moving very, very quickly so we can make the best use of the time that we have available. And yes, at the end of today's proceedings, we should be able to say that we've maximized the time available and achieved all the set goals and objectives of the event. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, for those who are just coming in, please settle down quickly so we can continue with the proceedings. Thank you. In developing a roadmap to sustainable energy transition, technology will remain an essential ingredient or critical success factor, if you please, in formulating policies and implementing strategies. It is still day one of the Technology Week 2022, hosted by Seplat Energy Plc, and the theme remains technology, a key enabler of sustainable energy transition. We've listened to several presentations, and yes, there was a very, very insightful and highly educative panel session just before we went on break. And yes, we still have two presentations that will take place in quick succession, one from NUPRC and the second one from NAPIMS. After that, there will be several other presentations which will come up immediately after lunch. Once all of that is sorted, we will have technology presentations, and that will be the end of proceedings for day one. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right about now, we will be listening to a presentation from the NUPRC. And yes, the title of this presentation is NUPRC Requirements for Technology in Sustainable Energy Transition, the Overall Plan. And yes, to deliver this presentation, please join me to welcome the Director Learning Center, NUPRC, Mr. Abel Nsa. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Please keep the applause coming until he gets on stage.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'll be speaking on behalf of my boss, who he invited to come over for this second Seplat Energy Technology Week. Let me just commend the last session that went on. I'm sorry, let me just stand on existing protocol established by Richmond. When we looked at the panel that sat here, I mean, everybody just kept listening to NUPRC is done, NUPRC that, NUPRC this. And the truth is, I'm used to these things. But the attack, when you attack us as well, if I stand here and tell you that we've brought gas flaring to close to single digit, I would also expect a round of applause. Thank you very much. Similarly, the panel was quite a very remarkable panel. I told the moderator is actually a champion of the audience, and all she did, she took time out to answer lots of questions that I had on our own notebooks to ask as well. And I'm sure lots of us, even those online, would have had lots of questions to ask. But that discussion took us through that whole process. So on this, you can give the last audience, a round of applause as well. So I have a speech here by my boss, and I'll take us through it. However, I will interject at some point to make clear points, because we've been part of this session. the whole thing is requirement for technology in sustainable energy transition overall plan. So what at the back of our minds will be PIA. Remember, NUPRC is a child of the PIA. That's the upstream portion. NMDPRA is a child of the PIA, which is the downstream side of things. So it's a great honor to do that for my boss, as I've spoken. Requirements for sustainable energy transition and overall plan. So we'll clearly make what plans we have in place with respect to energy transition. It's actually a clarion call, no matter how you look at it. I was going through, looking through CNBC, as well as the recently concluded World Economic Forum. And all what was going on was energy transition, energy transition. Similarly, at OTC, they also had a new pavilion on energy transition. So no matter how you look at it, energy transition is a front burner. So the changing global energy dynamics are indeed impacting all economies, especially those dependent on fossil fuels as the mainstay of their economy. It's no news that Nigeria belongs to this class. With this significant revenue coming from oil and gas, it's important that we pay attention to this, which touches the NEF. So the clamor for clean energy and global discussion on a rapid transition from oil and gas therefore touches the NEF center of Nigeria's economy. Remarkably, Seplat West Limited's choice of the theme of this year's Energy Technology Week, which is technology, a key enabler to sustainable energy transition, is therefore appropriate and timely. May I therefore commend Seplat West Limited for initiating the Energy Transition Week series, Energy Technology Week series, to lead discussions on technology as a key driver to harnessing Nigeria's energy transition demands. The commission, which I'm sure you're all going to listen to, what have you done as a commission, how are you preparing to this, is aligned with the concept of sustainable energy transition. The key word there is sustainable energy transition, which we brought up here quite a while. As regulator of the upstream industry, it's our clear mandate to ensure sustainable and a safe development of oil and gas resources for value addition. We believe that Nigeria and other petroleum-rich nations, including OPEC community, are within their rights to utilize their God-given resources to develop, create wealth, and alleviate energy deficiency amongst its citizenry. We therefore share similar view with OPEC and other international institutions who are canvassing for a just transition, or as the theme suggests, sustainable energy transition, one that recognizes the need for fairness, equity among nations in the energy transition narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to address this common misconception that energy transition implies the complete elimination of oil and gas from global energy mix. That's on the contrary. Several forecasts, including the IEA, predict that oil and gas will remain the core of global energy mix well to the year 2050. We heard that from the panel here, and it's quite obvious in what's going on globally. The conflict in Eastern Europe has created what we now look at a scenario that energy transition is really not just going to be a switch. The key word there is a transition. So somebody sat here and said, look, the Stone Age wasn't that there was no stone. We've moved slightly away from coal. Does not mean that there's no coal as well. Coal plants are actually being reactivated in some plants, some locations as well. And somebody was talking about new innovations with respect to Bitcoin mining coming out of coals in isolated areas, provided you can get internet up to them. So energy transition at the back of our minds should keep our minds open with respect to how do we transition. The fundamental difference and what calls for our attention is that renewables will gradually form a greater portion of the global energy mix in the years to come. This reality must inform deliberate and concrete actions on our part to respond and adapt to the changing energy landscape. Arising from the foregoing, and to achieve energy security, affordability, and sustainability, the government has adopted natural gas as its transition fuel. We kept talking about transition fuel all through. So we do have that with over 200 TCF of gas that is a fundamental issue that we must address. As its transition fuel, as a declaration of year 2021 to 2030 as the decade of gas, the National Gas Expansion Program, Gas Flare Commercialization Program, domestic gas supply and delivery obligations. These are just to mention a few. Fortunately, the current demand on us in the oil and gas industry is to continually improve the environmental credentials of oil and gas through the application of technology. That's really the reason why we're here. Our focus, therefore, will be to decarbonize oil and gas operations within the context of energy security to Nigeria. Technology adoption will inevitably be at the forefront of achieving these objectives. The role of technology is driving sustainable operation. In driving sustainable operation is clearly underscored in the recently enacted PIA 2021. As you're aware, the PIA is a culmination of 2 decades of reforms. 2 decades of reforms in the industry. In recognition of current realities, the importance of technology is enshrined in Section 10D of the PIA 2021, which mandates the Commission to set standards to promote the adoption of new technologies for upstream petroleum operations. This section of the Act perfectly strikes the chord with the topic for today and this speech, and will be elaborated upon shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, remarkably for Nigeria, the application of technology to drive our sustainable energy transition agenda can be viewed from the following key perspectives. 1, natural gas as a transition fuel, maximum economic recovery, energy efficiency in crude oil production, flare gas recovery, utilization and commercialization, emissions and methane reduction, facilities life extension, co-development and facilities sharing, promoting integrated operations, asset optimization using digitizing tools. That's all we have spoken of throughout in the morning. So it's as if, yeah, we knew that this was going to come up, and as a regulator, these are clearly what has been enshrined in our plan to roll out. So ladies and gentlemen, the Commission considers the following to be key value drivers for new technology adoption in the industry. These are value drivers: improved safety and environmental protection, reduction of the cost of production per barrel, finding and maturing new resources, achieving faster yield on return on investment, improved reliability and operational efficiency, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonization, scalability of new technologies across the industry, simplification of otherwise complex operations. This indeed, furthermore, to reduce the oil industry's contribution to climate change, concrete actions are being implemented to integrate environmental concerns into the development and production operations. Some of these measures include the following: upstream operators to ensure they present their green story in field development plans. You would recall that that came up during the discussion here. What will they do? With respect to developing your fields, what are those programs we have in place with respect to moving towards carbon neutral operation? To ensure that field development plan include production efficiency, new emerging technologies to be deployed, flare and vapor recovery systems, considerations for IORs and EORs, deployment of low nitrogen, oxygen, or NOx burners, prohibition of gas flaring and cold venting. At the end of the day, all we were kept talking about was flaring and flaring. But as a regulator, we move further to talk about cold venting issues are also a concern in upstream operations, and we're taking that seriously. Approval of only projects with gas utilization plans, now fully enshrined in Section 79(2)J of the PIA. Mandatory gaseous point source emission monitoring. Prof kept hitting on that. So we already have this in place to deploy. Submission of technology plan by all operators to stimulate the deployment of technologies to reduce cost, enhance operational efficiency, and reduce the carbon footprint we're talking about. Remarkably, additional decarbonization initiatives being evaluated by the Commission for use in the foreseeable future include promotion of renewable energy source to power some aspects of our operations to reduce our carbon footprint. CO2 injection, which is being spoken about as well, both for enhanced oil recovery and carbon capture and storage, which using existing depleted wells. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, given Nigeria's current challenges with production, as well as our aging facilities, we are left with no other option than to use creative ways to optimize existing facilities and infrastructure. In this regard, the Commission is championing obsolescence management, asset integrity verification, and life extension of facilities in the upstream sector. The Commission is also aware of the rapidly evolving situation within the peculiarity of Nigeria's oil and gas industry and expects operators and technology providers to address the following when submitting their plan to the Commission: new inspection and maintenance philosophies and technologies vis-à-vis aging infrastructure, which requires more inspection and maintenance. That start talking about issues of not just time-based inspection, as well as risk-based inspections. Awareness of potential new low-carbon technologies and energy sources like hydrogen. Somebody sat here and was talking about the blue and green hydrogen. So the concept of we're talking about hydrocarbon in this case. So how do we knock off the carbon out of it? And so utilization of hydrogen, which is also being researched into, is another form of lowering the carbon footprint. New business contract models that explores the integration of innovators and suppliers with operators. Cybersecurity readiness due to increased adoption and integration of digital systems and technologies. Increased automation to cut the unit cost of production and improve safety. Data sharing for our operations to highlight the technology that have succeeded in improving production and efficiency, thereby enhancing scalability and reducing the burden of requalification of same technology by different companies. It's obviously the need for information sharing. In concluding, for a sustainable energy transition scenario, the interests of all stakeholder groups must be balanced in a manner that sustains fairness and equity, as well as guarantees energy security for the citizens. The Commission is happy to note that some companies, including Seplat Energy, are strategically transitioning into integrated energy companies, where all the energy mix are relevant. We are not mindful of the fact that many such corporate transformations will occur in the nearest future, and the Commission is adapting to enable all upstream operations on this manner. In all, technology will play a pivotal role in advancement of the nation, as well as we leverage on natural gas as transition fuel, while sustainably developing our petroleum resources to meet our growing energy demands. There is therefore an urgent need for collaboration across all stakeholders to achieve this mandate. Given that most projections foresee oil and gas to be a significant part of the global energy mix, even up to 2050, I therefore urge all of us to redouble our efforts to leverage on technology as an important enabler for sustainable transition into a technologically driven carbon neutral future. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
It is always refreshing to listen to the regulator's perspective at events of this nature. You can easily think of them as the police force of the oil and gas industry. So I'm sure that all the industry players and providers are always trying to ensure that, yes, they're on the right side as far as keeping with the regulations is concerned. Of importance to us, of great importance to us, as far as this event is concerned, is the focus on the value drivers as mentioned. Decarbonization of oil and gas operations, adoption of technology to achieve energy efficiency, improvement of environmental conditions, and reduction of cost of production per barrel. Those are just some of the value drivers, and I thought it was important to just highlight those as very, very essential to the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we just listened to the Director, Learning Center, NUPRC, Mr. Abel Nsa, who spoke on behalf of the Commission Chief Executive, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, FNSC. Please allow me to beg your indulgence, give him another round of applause. Thank you, sir, for that presentation. It was most refreshing and insightful. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another presentation shortly, and our next speaker will be joining us virtually. She will be speaking on the subject, NAPIMS, the drivers for sustainable energy transition. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to invite, as she speaks to us on this subject, the General Manager Gas, NAPIMS, Mrs. Martina Atucci. And yes, she's speaking on behalf of the GGM NAPIMS, Mr. Bala Wunti. A round of applause for her, please. Mrs. Atucci, if you can hear me, please just say a word. She's joining us virtually, so she's not going to come on stage. Ma'am, if you can hear me, just say a word. So we'll know that we're ready to make progress as far as this presentation is concerned. It looks like your microphone is muted. We can see you on screen. We can see your lovely face on the screen, but we cannot hear your voice.
Okay,
We'll sort that out shortly. Okay, looks
yes,
like
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ma'am, if you can hear me, please unmute your microphone so we can...
Yeah, good afternoon. I can hear you loud and clear. I need to get access to share my screen.
All right. That will be sorted out shortly. So once you're ready, ma'am, you have the floor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Try it. Let's see. That will office.
Mrs. Atucci, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please just say words. So I'll be sure that you can hear me.
I can, yeah, please, I can hear you loud and clear. And this is one of the barriers of technology, which we will discuss today. The host is not allowing me to share my screen.
Okay. All right.
Yes, please.
Are you able to share your screen now, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Can you try again? All right, ma'am, just to help us conserve time and maximize the time that we have available, I want to really beg your indulgence. Please just go ahead and make your presentation. I'm sure that we can get the presentation from you much later and ensure that that is broadcast to everyone. So please, I'd like to beg your indulgence. Please just go ahead. We can hear you and we'll be able to follow your presentation that way. Hello, ma'am.
I'm able to share my screen, so I need to go ahead with the presentation. Is it sharing now? Yes. Okay. Continue. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to seize this opportunity to thank Seplat for this wonderful opportunity given to NNPC Limited, NAPIMS, to be part of the Technology Week. I make this presentation on behalf of the GGM of NAPIMS, Mr. Balawinti, who is unavoidably absent at this point in time. Our topic today is a requirement for technology in sustainable energy transition, overall plan. And my name is Martina Atuchi, the GM Gas Development of NNPC NAPIMS. In order to discuss the topic we have before us at this moment, the outline of our presentation will be background, from background introduction, energy transition in Nigeria, the role of NNPC, and conclusion. Our background will be hinged on a sustainable development goal of the United Nations in 2015, SDG goal number 7, which states to achieve universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy, and to substantially increase the share of renewable energy.
we have questions? Okay. Ma'am, you're back? All right, great. Can you say a word or two so we'll be sure?
Okay, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, sorry. Okay, as I was saying, as we discuss the sustainable trend, we can equally mention the non-sustainable trend that needs to be bent, and there is a high ambition for emission reduction need to be translated into actionable projects. A sustainable trend is the key focus at this point, and we cannot sustain it without the use of technology. So technology is technology. For us to meet the long-term demand, we need technology. So what are the sources of energy in Nigeria? The major sources, not in any particular order, is the crude oil and coal, which is the fossil fuel we're running away from, then the natural gas, and thanks to the wisdom of the Minister of Petroleum that declared this decade of gas. We have nuclear energy, we have the renewable, and we have the hydro energy. And since our transition energy source is the natural gas, I want to show a dashboard that gives us quick facts of what we have at present. In Nigeria, the 2P gas reserve is 206.5 TCF of gas. And in the NNPC NAPIMS space, we manage 154 TCF of gas, which is within the two major contracts we have. The JV space, we have 130.5 TCF of gas, and the PSC space, we have 23 TCF of gas. And the dashboard shows the figures, the daily gas production, the utilization, and other important information. And it's worthy to note we have 13 JV companies and 32 PSC companies, out of which 14 is very active. The energy transition in Nigeria cannot be discussed without our discussing our population numbers. As at 2021, the population of Nigeria is around 211 million people, and we have oil reserve, 2P oil reserve of 36.9 billion barrels, and gas reserve. And to strike the balance in this transition journey, we cannot rule out oil and gas because of the important position it holds in our country. It's our major source of revenue. In 2021, we have we contributed 75% of total export, contributing to 7% of the GDP. The opportunity for new and emerging technology is to progress in technology, which is a key driver for building an effectively flexible energy system. And according to McKinsey states that digital technology can help oil and gas industry cut capital expenditure by 20% and improve global cash flow to the tune of 300 billion by year 2025. And what this tells us is that the adoption of technology or digital technology will lead to improved efficiency and better performance. So how does technology help us in carrying out this? So technology can help us in our asset operations, for production optimization, asset surveillance. Now we're having problem with infringement on our pipeline and our facilities. But with technology, we know when those infringements happens, where it happens, and deploy the right operational activity that will help us. Then in asset management, with the use of technology and software, it will help us in data acquisition, cloud computing, data democratization, which is making sure that data is available to everybody at any time you need it. Then digital oil fields, digital twin. Then in the supply chain management corridor, it will help us in procurement, in logistics, HSE, and security. So application and deployment of technology in NNPC, our energy transition journey. In NAPIMS, in our internal operation, we now have real-time production data reporting. We established a research, technology, and innovation division, which will act as an incubator to solving industry problems. We have entrenched the use of different technology, the SAP, ECM, and different Microsoft tools that will help for effective collaboration internally and within our partner space and contractors. Then we're all aware how we deployed the business continuity plan in the industry. We deployed it. It became a corporate tool. Then the industry had to buy into it. And to show the support of our CEO, the CEO of NNPC Limited, Melekari, he says that as Africa's largest national oil company, we are building on the convergence of new technologies and innovation business model to guarantee access to energy for today and tomorrow. And this shows that at the highest echelon of NNPC, we are in support of this technology deployment. Then for us to have a sustainable energy transition in the corporation, NNPC Limited, we have research and development divisions, the RTI. The RTI is a research, technology, and innovation division. We have the RED, the renewable energy division. This shows that we are already joining Seplat and other operators in this moving trend of using technology to drive us into this energy transition. We have development of gas infrastructures, the AKK and the OB3, to be able to meet up with the domestic market and creation of an enabling environment, thanks to PIA. We have other major projects that we're carrying out, the NLNG 27 project, and the construction has begun. The Asanot Ohaji project, that the phase one is supposed to bring in 300 million of gas into the domestic market. We have the Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano pipeline, and we have other petrochemical projects. This shows that NNPC Limited is in support of deployment of technology to move us to the next level. We have some major barriers. There are supposed to be, we have some major barriers in the deployment of technology, just like the one we witnessed some minutes ago. The culture and the mindset, being able to, let people release the old way of doing things to move on with technology, and everybody is vibing into it, but it needs a lot of engagement, a lot of assurance from everybody, so that everyone will know that the technology is the next level. Then there is high initial investment cost. Every new technology will come with its own cost. But when you look at the long-term effect, you see that it is better to go the technology way and to be able to join other people in this movement to cleaner energy. Then the outdated framework is probably a barrier, but we thank God that the PIA has been passed. Then the silo team structure, we have to break all those it is my own syndrome, and with that and continuous engagement, we'll be able to get to our destination. So how can NNPC, what is the role of NNPC in promoting this technology adoption? NNPC was supporting funding. We co-fund, we co-source the fund. then we drive collaboration, just like what Seplat is doing, and I hope that other operators will follow suit. Then this will encourage co-innovation, because when we co-innovate, two good heads is always better than one. So when we co-innovate, then we get the better result. Then NAPIMS can equally create framework for policy reforms. And according to the CEO of NNPC, he's a man that loves technology, and that is why I love quoting him. He states that we must do things differently to earn our key. And for us to do things differently is technology way. So we are all there with Seplat and the other operators that want to key into it, that technology will take us to the promised land. I want to share an innovative operational model I developed with my team. It's an innovation model, operational efficiency model, and it's for sustainability, and it's technology driven. You cannot drive this innovation without technology, and it helps. We categorized our partners, our contractors. We put them in their different levels. Some are still at traditional level, some are tactical, some are gotten to collaborative. But with innovation and technology, we're able to move. Some are moving from traditional to tactical, and tactical to collaborative. Collaborative is where we discuss, we collaborate with each other internally and externally. And some at the collaborative level are already moving to strategic level, but the destination is transformational level. So with technology and innovation, we can move from the traditional tactical that gives us incremental value to strategic and transformational that will give us exponential value. So I encourage everybody to join this moving train so that we can move from incremental value to exponential value, and we have a very good bottom line in our cash flow. This shows us an idea. This gives us an idea of what an efficient energy industry powered by technology and innovation look like. You see, we have different areas where we operate offshore, onshore, and deep offshore. But with the deployment of technology, we'll be able to have real-time information. We have digital oil fields, digital pipeline, the depot monitoring software and technology. And when we were able to harness all this, we will now have real-time collaboration, digital asset surveillance, smart completion, down to enterprise asset data democratization, and all these are driven by technology. Permit me to quote Mr. Peter Preach, the Commonwealth. He states that technology will determine our energy, our future energy, and prices associated with using energy technologies will be major determinants of which technologies are to be deployed and the pace of the development. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to conclude, if we're able to deploy technology and we're innovative in what we're doing, it's not the number of technology we deploy that is important, but we need to deploy smart technology. And when we deploy smart technology, we have increased operational efficiency, and we have reduced operating costs, and with continuous improvement and sustainability, our culture will change, will become part of us. And the Nigerian journey to a sustainable energy transition will be driven by our abundant natural resources, which is at 260 TCF of gas, and the use of the modern technology and technique will be very helpful to harness these resources. It's not a one-man business, it's a collaborative business where the government is involved, the energy sector is involved, the regulatory body is involved, E&P firms involved, service provider, and even our universities. So I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening and for the opportunity given to me to make this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Atuche, GM Gas for NNPC NAPIMS, speaking, excuse me, speaking on behalf of the stakeholder manager himself, Mr. Balawunti, GGM NAPIMS, walking us through what NNPC is doing. What NNPC is doing using technology to maximize gas development in the country, from the different fields where they operate to the different infrastructure that NNPC is championing, some under construction. We thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, technology wanted to show us the other side of it when you began speaking, but thankfully you were able to make that comeback to continue and finish. Okay, before we go for lunch briefly, we have Mr. Ansah still in the room, and I'm sure Madam Atuche is still with us on the call online. If you have one or two questions from those of you in the room here, or if my technical team can get me any question from the Zoom or YouTube channel, the two channels we're using, if you can get me one or two questions from that platform, we can also take that. If you have one or two questions here for Mr. Ansah, the director of the NUPRC Learning Center here in Lagos, who spoke on behalf of Engineer Gbenga Kamolafe FNSE, we can entertain one or two questions from the room and one or two from those online. Is there any questions? Please, there's a gentleman here. You can kindly tell us your name and department affiliation or company affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Adishina Sadiq, GM HSC Seplat. My question is to Mr. Ansah. I want to know whether, as the regulatory body, whether there are incentives in place to encourage operators, because when we talk about this technology adoption and what have you, as we heard from the earlier, the panelist session, it's a big investment. And the operators cannot do this alone, or they need to collaborate across various stakeholders. So my question is, does the regulatory body have in place incentives to encourage operators to adopt technology as a vehicle of energy?
Thank you very much. I wonder how you're smiling with your question. That smile was looking, is it cynical or is it welcoming?
It's full of optimism.
I like that.
I like that.
Looking at us, the simple question is, do we have, incentives for deploying technology? I'll paint the picture in ways that you will take a conclusion out of it. We have, you're speaking from a HSC point of view, but that notwithstanding, we can take a look at it across the whole value chain. We are open to you. Number one, listening to you enough to say, let's take something like a time-based inspection, which challenges things like from the Petroleum Act and oil and gas regulations, which we've just transited, not completely transitioned from the relevant sections that does not conflict with the PIA is still valid. Okay. Now you come up to us and say, I want to inspect my pressure vessel every, it's a time-based thing. And you come to, each of those inspections is expensive. Okay. Now you come to a regulator and say, over the time, I have gathered this data, and I see that if I inspect this vessel for this, nothing is happening to this vessel. I have done my NDT to this vessel and so on and so forth. Then I come in, I relate with you and say, okay, we can switch to a risk-based inspection based on data. To you, that's an incentive. That's a regulator listening to you because you've made some significant savings. True or false? So it might not be written there to say, oh, there are some sections I may not categorically look through and say, oh, on this part, this is what we're doing. You come up to us as a regulator and say, you are challenging the fact that I'm producing from several reservoirs at the same time. And I would like to take from different reservoirs. And we listen to you and say, yes, technology is being brought in where we can, the key word there is commingling of production. A lot of us know about these challenges. And someone actually sat in the panel and said that that was a major challenge. We've opened our mind to say, yes, there are technologies with valves that you can produce some of those thin reservoirs you had hitherto not touched before. With respect to those valves, yes, you can commingle that. That's an incentive. That's obviously an incentive. I'm sure there are incentives embedded in those things for you to do well. Nobody seems to, yes, there are incentives. There are incentives in the design to listen to you. There are incentives. Remember, we approved your concept, your front-end engineering, your detailed design, and so on and so forth. So pushing you through where your project schedule is shortened is an incentive to you, isn't it? With remarkable savings made. So yes, there are incentives embedded in the designs. And we can go on and on. But those are specifics I can remember and point out to you categorically that yes, there are incentives for deploying technology. Because we can as well say, no, you cannot do this. You cannot use us as a guinea pig. But we listen to you and open up. And in that process, it shortens a lot of things. Even if you plot your S-curve, you'll see that, yes, we've brought in project scheduling and project management to a shorter phase, and thereby making savings for you. Yeah, we're open to IoTs. In Lagos, we do have the Oil and Gas Excellence Center, which I manage, and 3 parts of that is NUPRC, which is an Improved Oil Recovery Center. So all that was being spoken about, EORs and IORs, yes, we're already doing something to that, and that's partnering with you. So it's a remarkable incentive. Thank you. I hope I've answered that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ogansa. Any other? Yes, please go ahead. Please go right ahead.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Oga and sir. My name is Mustafa Akode. Seplat is onshore team lead at the OHG/GCK axis of our production facilities. Talking about technology, and in this case, NUPRC and the enabling capacity that we enjoy. We used to say regulators, but now I would like to implore you and then ask, in terms of technology concerning the losses that we have been incurring in trying to produce into TMP, fair water smith at OHG, for the past few months, in fact, almost a year, when we discovered that we were producing at a huge loss towards that flow line. I mean, through that flow line to Shell, as much as losing about 95% of production that comes from Seplat and other injectors. And eventually, we are not producing through that line currently, just because of losses to maybe sabotage or vandalism. And when we are now talking about technology, especially from this Seplat seminar, before I forget, the same thing, similar thing as locked down all our crude in at GCK that also goes through the epochal flow line to Ajip, to Ajip in Brass and the rest. It is also locked down, and security of those flow lines are not guaranteed. I'm thinking of whether there is a way, NUPRC, even since it is beyond Seplat alone now, otherwise we would have been saying we will resolve technological advancement and resolution of flowing into those lines, into those trunk lines alone. Is there a way NUPRC and even the Nigerian government as a bigger brother is planning for serious technological deployment of tools and equipment and maybe gadgets to support and then make these lines, bring them back to life so that we eliminate, not even reduce, eliminate all these losses, then we are back in business. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. That, if you recall, not too long ago, the NUPRC, led by its Chief Executive, Engineer Gbenga Komalafe, had a seminar at the Hilton. I'm not sure if you were there also, but it was just on crude theft, In that, we itemized what the challenges had been in all the locations. Remember, this is both, is a double-edged sword in this case, where you have a challenge of crude theft. So the issue is crude theft. You have a pipeline, TNP, you have a NCTL, and so on. We feel the pain as it is. There's something called government take, isn't it? Coming out of royalties and taxes. If you don't produce, we don't get that resources, that revenue coming in as government take. So everything is being done. The chief executive actually on that day spoke about some high-level engagement that was going on with security services all the way to top echelon of government. So I cannot stand here and say, oh, this was done. But there he did talk about it. And we've held a few days ago, crude theft is a concern in the country. There's no doubt about it. So from the level where we were producing what we were about a year ago to what we are today concerns everybody. So a lot is being done about it. And remember, we can't really say, oh, this is what's being done and so on. But I can guarantee you that something is being done. We had a seminar on just the topic crude theft. That was about 2 months ago or so in Abuja. So yes, we feel your pulse because it's also pinching the government's pocket. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any more questions. We will need to just continue now and get on to lunch, which I hear is ready. At the end of today, we will do a recap of what has happened today. But this morning, we began by listening to our CEO, who told us that Seplat is not doing this Energy Week for the fun of just talking and gathering people. He said it was from talk to action, and that Seplat has demonstrated that by the fact that from last year, about 5 of the technologies exhibited has been adopted or tested one way or another in helping Seplat optimize production. He did also remind us that the name change is not just for the sake of name changing the company, but also allows the company to now drive business and value across different other sectors, stating that the energy transition is not just for an elimination of every sector, which is why the company is playing in all 3 aspects of the energy business now: renewables, oil, and gas, of course. And on, he told us of some of the other things they are doing with the Seplat New Energy Company. Some of those things that when Engineer Okon came on stage, he did highlight on them, and also pinpointed some of those technologies that they are working on and how they are going about it. Well, time is fast spent. At the end of the day, we'll do a bit more recap with some of the other speakers. Lunch is served now. Lunch was supposed to be for 1 hour on the assumption that there will be a certain number of us in the room, but looking at the audience, we're not that much. So I'm hoping that we can achieve lunch in 40 minutes so that we can buy back some of the time that we've lost. But my time is 12:45. So give or take, I hope to see us back here at 1:20 more like. Again, when we come back, we will begin the presentations with the MD of Seplat West. I'm sure he's going to be joining virtually. Correct? Yes. And then we'll also listen to, he's here, Mr. Midiji is here, Technology Manager for Seplat, to talk to us. And then we'll go into the showcase presentations. We'll take one company, and then we will take our camera, as we did last year, to one of the exhibiting companies today and interact with them for a couple of minutes. And that will be the end of activities and we'll close after the roundup for day 1. For now, lunch is served, and lunch is served upstairs. So you need to go back to the adjoining hall and then go upstairs using the stairs by the tea and coffee area, and we should be back here in 40, maybe grace of 5 minutes, 45 minutes. But I hope we can come back early so that we'll redeem what time we've lost so far. So thank you all. Lunch is served. Those of you at home, you can chat with us on the chat box and tell us what you are eating for lunch, just so we are on the same page. Just so we're on the same page. Just tell us what you are eating, and we'll be sure you are having lunch. All right? And I'll see you.
Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain. the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my
Seplat Energy
voice
Plc
from wherever you are,
is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential.
Into this hall so we can continue with the proceedings for.
Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. Welcome to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
All right,
these and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just before we do that, just before everyone comes into the hall and is seated, I just want to confirm MD Seplat West Limited, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, if you can hear me, just say something, just say a word. He's joining us virtually, so he's not in the room with us. If you can hear me, sir, just say a word. We just want to be sure that all is set and ready for when we commence with your presentation. So, sir, if you can hear me, please say a word so I will know that you are set and ready and raring to go. Lunch is officially over. Please make your way back into the hall so we can continue. We have 2 more presentations that will run in quick succession, after which we'll have a very, very short break. Then after that break, would have the first category of technology presentations. That will, of course, happen just immediately after another presentation, which is a technology show, pretty much. Confirmation from the technical team, please.
Can you hear me now?
The speaker is ready and raring to go. MD Seplat West, sir. Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, if you can hear me, just say a word.
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. All right, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is ready and raring to go. Please make your way into the hall. Make your way into the hall so we can continue with the proceedings. You know how it is when you are at the airport. The flight announcer will make this announcement public and say that, yes, the flight is about to take off, and It is the last boarding call. So consider this as the last boarding call, all right? Even though there's no plane to catch in the literal sense. All right, so please make your way back into the hall. We want to continue right away. In the next 2 minutes, we'll have that presentation. So please, if you can hear me, make your way back into the hall. Thank you very much. We'll still have a number of presentations, and it is advisable for us to maximize the time that we have available. And remember, we also have our online audience. So yes, they are following the proceedings online. That is one of the benefits that a hybrid event provides. It enables us to have a diverse mix as far as audience composition is concerned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way into the hall. We are continuing right about now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm sure you enjoyed your lunch. I'm sure you had a wonderful time during the lunch break. As I said much earlier, we have 2 presentations that will happen in quick succession. The first is by the Managing Director, Seplat West Limited. The topic for that is the journey towards energy transition in Seplat West. After that, we'll take words from the Technology Manager, Seplat Energy Plc. He'll be speaking to us on the role of technology in Seplat's development and sustainability roadmap. Technology in Seplat operations, pretty much that's the central theme of that presentation. After that, we'll have a short break, about 5 or so minutes, so we can just stretch and walk around a little bit and ensure that we're in tip-top shape for the remainder of today's proceedings, after which we'll come back for the next presentation, which is a technology show, Predictive Analytics, AI/ML in Maintenance for Pumps. That is a 20-minute presentation. After that, we'll introduce the first category of technology presentations. And yes, LTEM Support and Services Limited will go first, after which we'll move the camera to one of the booths around, and we'll have the next technology presentation in that format. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's the rundown of what we have for today. What is left, of course. So final call, if you can hear me and you are in the adjoining hall, please make your way into the hall. We are starting right away. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful time so far. Day 1 of the Seplat Technology Week 2022. And yes, the theme remains technology, a key enabler of sustainable energy transition. Right about now, we will take words from the Managing Director, Seplat West Limited, and yes, he will be joining us online. He's speaking virtually. The journey towards energy transition in Seplat West. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our next speaker, MD Seplat West Limited, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde. MD Seplat West Limited, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Apologies for not showing my face or coming in. I'm in the remote area, and at the same time, my bandwidth is a bit low, so it really won't allow picture. And thank you for the privilege for allowing me to speak on the journey towards energy transition in Seplat West. I stand on an existing protocol, and I will say good afternoon to everyone. Global energy demand is increasing, as we all know. As Safi rightly mentioned, the global demand is projected to grow between 25% to 50% by 2040. With the current energy mix, it means the potential for higher carbon emission is quite very imminent. That's one statement to take and hold. Global warming has set the Earth climate on a dangerous course, which we know, and it heightened the call for everyone to be a bit cautious. And the focus then is on net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050, which we are talking about today. With the challenges of this global climate change, the world is now seeking fast and deeply decarbonized energy system. It's an urgent call, quite complex challenge, which will need real full energy system thinking. We need to understand the timeline. What will be the interdependency on technology? How do we commit combating the imminent climate change, reducing the GHG emission, while still meeting both industrial and consumer demands for clean and reliable energy, especially for reliable energy, let's put it that way. The world is facing what I call energy trilemma headache, not dilemma, trilemma headache. Energy security will not be a challenge. Energy justice must be well understood. And then the environmental sustainability must be another round of focus where we begin to talk around all this energy transition. Meanwhile, if we go on a hard break, an immediate shift from the fossil fuel into what we're all shouting around sustainable energy source, then we will know that it might not be totally very practicable to do a sharp break. So it has to be in the form of transition. And there are reasons for it. The clean energy source, as we know, they are renewable. We all know that. Sun, wind, which is solar, wind, and all that. Globally, we currently do not have enough renewable capacity to meet the current and the future demand for power, because the renewable energy source are by their nature intermittent, which we all know. The sun doesn't shine every time. The wind, it doesn't blow every day. So what then happened? These were all the things that were captured by the earlier speakers. But the demand for power remains imminent. It will continue to grow. Therefore, the challenge around the storage for those renewable is still a big challenge, and the technology will have to come in to support and make it happen at a low cost. So as we are back on this journey for decarbonization, again, we identify and we understand the need to utilize leaner, cleaner, and always available energy source, which is readily storable and readily available as the critical backbone of this sustainable clean energy. And this will help to address that energy security that I mentioned, which is the first one I mentioned, in the context of this transition. If I quote from, that's Erome himself, which is the head of technology in Seplat. He said, for Africa, especially Nigeria, he said primary concern should be on energy security and access to the teeming population, while also taking steps to transition to clean energy. He wrote it somewhere, and I picked it up. Technology will play a major role, and deliberate effort in investment in technology should be pursued, which we all agree, should be pursued. Technology should be pursued. So for all this discussion about the desire for sustainable energy, another question that needs to be asked is, how do the fossil fuel industry fit into this changing future scenario in this transition? Until very recently, fossil fuel has held key advantage over renewable energy, both solar, sunshine, and all that. But today, the talk is around renewable, renewable, renewable. So where are we? What is happening within this transition period? We've seen it. Quite a lot of good things around the transition, talking around renewable, but before you know it, incentive now is going back in the UK for people to go back and take a rig and drill. Nonetheless, the falling cost of the storage, which I mentioned earlier, we offset some of the intermittent nature for this solar and the wind power, and it might increase the share of this renewable within the market in the energy mix, so that we understand that very well. But within the industry today, with the increasing demand, when you compare with what it is today, gas to us will still be regarded, to me, will still be regarded in Western assets as relatively clean. It emits half of the carbon dioxide as coal, and then about 75% less nitrogen oxide. I will leave it at that. Most people in the industry will argue that, or will agree that gas can play a big role in this transition period in the future energy supply which is that will be dominated by the renewable power. But it will provide a stable source of electricity. Just remember, wind sometimes might not blow, and you cannot, when you don't have enough storage capacity, it becomes an issue. Sun might not shine in some places. It could be raining a whole day, and then that storage again becomes an issue. Then you still need that stable source for that security. With this view, among the World Energy Group, which are all investing now today, then you see a lot of investment going into gas projects, as they have identified the role of gas that will play a very important role in this transition. So with all this discourse and adapting to climate change, a Western asset, my focus, our focus, will be protecting the environment, reducing emission. We are making every effort and putting initiative in place doing that, and then we will be making oil and gas operation more efficient. So Seplat West, we are committed to leading the provision of clean and sustainable energy to the country. There are quite a lot of things we do that we have to continue to mention. We have demonstrated this commitment with investment to unlock carbon lean energy source. And that carbon lean energy source, in my definition, is gas. Reduce our GHG emission, which we are doing, carbon capture, which we are doing. And then we're focusing on renewable energy. That is, we're supporting our new energy to focus on some source of this renewable energy. We are also actively identifying, qualifying, deploying technology that will help realize this goal without jeopardizing the ability to meet the current energy need, to supply the current volume that is required for gas to most of the power plants that is required today in Nigeria. We're not looking away from that. And we have to meet the current energy need. And that was why I mentioned energy security. It's very key. So we don't have to look away from that. So significant fraction of Seplat portfolio is currently just with us. And the solution towards energy transition are developed and applied in this organization. In order to support the energy transition journey of the company, we have taken action to reduce the GHG, as I mentioned, to reducing some of the footprint around what we do. To achieve this, we deploy quite a lot of solar power system in our operation today. We use it to powering some of the facility, we use it in fencing, and we are even looking at one of our warehouses to be fully integrated solar powered, not generator, not anything, solar powered. That's the Amukwe warehouse. It's an initiative, an effort that is already been thinking about. So we're looking at all that, and we're changing most of our generator that are diesel running before, diesel fired, now to gas fired. It's part of the things we are doing seriously. In some of our data gathering, we are now using a solar power panel on some of the well locations like Oporuru 7 for some of our data acquisition, data gathering, collation, and transmission, perimeter lighting, and all that. We did replace some of the diesel-fired generator, like I mentioned, and many of it we know we put together. And then we use gas now to support quite a lot of those generators. So we're doing quite a lot of things in Western assets just to make sure we're reducing this carbon emission. We have installed additional compression system with ancillary equipment to capture associated gas. So some of the gas that we flare, which is one major part of it, they flare down. Some of the low pressure gas, we even come in, put it into screw compressor to actually gather these things and then take them back, and so we can reduce the flare. And it's a journey, and it's a motion and idea, and all the effort is already going into that. We are supporting that in Western assets so that we understand virtually what we are doing precisely without even looking back, to make sure we are on this journey with everyone. Then the smart well that we begin to have, Oro 7, Oro 5, Oro 6, which reduce footprints, so we can at least take quite a lot of data from almost 30, 40 wells now, right on the field without necessarily visiting, data transmission and all that through technology that we deploy, so that the vehicles, the ILOXs with the diesel running ILOXs will not be from, and then what reducing deforestation that we are doing. So we're looking at that. We are doing quite a lot of all this. What about the technology we deploy around where you are the one emission? But now we are looking at a technology that works for me. This decarbonization utilized to generate power in the plants, all the that we're talking about, that the total capacity of about 50 pounds per tree per year. So this is good initiative that within the West, again, we are supporting for Seplat. So as a demonstration of our firm belief and commitment to this energy transition and decarbonization of the planet, we have established a dedicated unit, and we are supporting the Seplat established a dedicated unit, and then we work with the unit and we support the unit today to actually assess the potential and the viability for alternative source of energy, which is our new energy group. And then we're working with them and we're supporting them to make sure at least that we are part of the solution and not the problem. So, and together we believe it will position us as Seplat, not just the West now, as the leader in this energy transition journey. That's the way we see it. So without much to say, I actually don't want to continue to repeat ourselves. So there are quite significant opportunities that exist to deepen all these initiatives we're putting into our clean energy. And we plan to achieve by intentionally and strategically invest into drilling more gas wells, improving the performance of existing facility, that is plant and equipment availability, to make sure that we do not release any gas to the society, all those fugitive emission measurement and things that can detect it, which we deploy, we will make sure that they work the way it should be. And then we will support gas to home, which is another area with significant upside potential towards achieving minimized greenhouse gas emission. According to, I wouldn't want to be quoting too many things that they put in this for me. What we are trying to say here is viability of gas supply to home to improve access to cleaner energy. That's all we're saying. So if we are supporting that, it will decelerate the afforestation. It will decelerate afforestation rate, and it will help achieve carbon neutrality on the continent. We will also improve on our energy provision by direct electric power provision by utilizing a mix of gas, solar, and wind, which is what we will continue to implement in our area of operation. Under this plan, the company will generate and offer electricity to a combination of both domestic and industrial customer, which is what our new energy we will be looking at, and it will be a new initiative. So we are also assessing the utilization of an incineration technology, which will help to combust the gas yielding only CO2 and H2O with a combustion efficiency of 99%. And we heard what Effie said. How about CO2 flooding? We are looking at all that, so that whichever way we can capture the CO2, we will do that within the area of our operation. We have equally tried as much as possible to capture some of this gas and use them to lift. Capture some of the gas, introduce a low-cost, what we call gas liquid cylindrical cyclone, which is GLCC, to now begin to use them in standard area where we can use them to lift some of our crude and then bring them to where we then gather all those together, separate it, and then take the gas that is quite very relevant there and then put it to power source. So we are looking at all that. Also, we deploy technology. We work along with technology to make sure that we bring up what we'd like as operational efficiency and operational excellence. So one of the areas with significant emission is the drilling. That is the rig itself, not the drilling itself, but the rig, with a lot of generator where you are pulling, where you are drilling and all that. So, and one of the initiatives we're looking at, we've started that since last year, we're looking at it seriously, is to say, for every time we want to go ahead with contracting rig, can we work along with the contractors to make sure that the diesel generator on the rig is changed to gas-powered generator, so that at least they can use the cleaner gas that we have right on the field to support the powering of the rig, so that at least we can reduce emissions. So these are all the things we are looking at, but many of them we're already deploying, and many of them are still initiation side, still under studies and all that, and assessment, and we're waiting for corporates and with the support again to make sure that some of them come to maturity and then we're able to deploy them. So like I said, the fugitive emission, early detection of leak and all that, we look at that and we continue to look at all that so that I don't take too much of your time and take too much of my own time too. To just close it out, we're doing quite a lot of things, and then the support is for us to make sure that we continue to reduce our GHG emission. So, in conclusion, global warming and its attendant danger is quite real. We understand that in our operation. We have witnessed unprecedented temperature rise and level, polar ice melting leading to continual rise in ocean level, sea level rise, and all that, melting all those things. So we know the way it works in a geological cycle. So the natural disaster that follow this global warming, we know what it is. And then that is what we are saying at every point in line with Paris Agreement. Let's be part of the contribution, be part of the solution to contributing to the 8% reduction on the annual global emission, reduction in the annual global emission level. In line with our purpose as Seplat, which Seplat West is part, we are committing to one matter we say, reliable energy and limitless potential. So we are providing reliable energy to make sure we unlock the limitless potential in our society and beyond in a responsible and sustainable manner. We will do that in a responsible and sustainable manner. We are working the energy transition journey, providing energy sources that guarantee our ability to meet the current energy need. That is addressing the energy security that I mentioned without jeopardizing the future of the planet. This we plan to achieve by deploying technology, engaging more technologies to help us to reduce the GHG emission in our operation and also provide sustainable energy for national development so that we catch that, while we will continue to work so hard to reduce the emission from energy generation in the country and beyond. And I will say thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde. Mr. Olatunde is the Managing Director for Seplat West Limited, walking us through the journey of energy transition in Seplat West, what they are doing with technology, how they are working towards intentional and strategic ways of investing in gas, as well as maximizing available technology to optimize production. Thank you very much. Onwards now, time is fast spent, to the next presentation. During his presentation this morning, the Director New Energy for Seplat, Engineer Effiong Okon, spoke to us about, gave us more like an overview of what Seplat is doing using technology across their different operations. Our last speaker has just given us a specific on a particular subsidiary of the company. Now, part of what Effie said was doing the best they can to drive down the costs per barrel, you know, and ultimately becoming digital champions. So that then means that the buck rests in, or should I say the ball is in the court of our next speaker, who is overseeing technology for Seplat. And he and his team has put this event together to showcase this same technology and to hear of new innovations from the industry. I'd like for us to welcome now Mr. Omotayo Omidiji as he walks us through his own presentation, the role of technology in Seplat's development and sustainability roadmap.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So, can we have the slides? Okay. Thank you. So, I'm just going to try and run us through what we are doing as an organization. My boss has spoken earlier in the morning. Effie spoke about a general overview of how we are applying technology in the organization to move the business forward. Next slide, please. So this is our vision as a team. as most of you know, we work under the corporate production team, reporting to the operations directorate. So what we want to do is to ensure that we integrate technology in the workforce such that our processes are nimble and we maximize value and boost competitiveness of the business. That is our competitive advantage, to ensure that we reduce costs as much as possible, delivering maximum value to the stakeholder. Our mission is to deploy the right operations technologies, including renewables, from reservoir to production facility. So we are trying to work across the entire value chain. And I'll still come to that as I get to the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So I've divided this into three stages. First, I'll talk about where we were when we took over as an organization, what we are doing presently and where we hope to get to. So concerning where we were, when we took over in circa 2010, Seplat took over these brownfields from an IOC, and we had mostly analog signal instrumentation. We had outdated equipment, a lot of asset integrity issues. Efficiency was reduced in a lot of these producing facilities. And the data that we were getting from these facilities were in silos. You know, when you get an asset, they don't transfer their processes to you. So you have to build your own processes. So we started from ground zero, basically, trying to build up these processes, and we had most of our data segmented in silos. We had a lot of technology duplicity across the functions. So you can go to, for example, the subsurface function, and you have Prosper doing something, you have another software doing probably close to it. You go to maybe the asset subsurface team, they have something else replicating what they're doing in another way. So we had a lot of repetition across the organization, and we had basically manual operations. So it was a way for us to work, but we knew it wasn't the optimized way. But that was what was generating value at that time. And we recognized the fact that we needed to do something better. If you remember what Effie talked about in the morning, that the fact that we recognized that we needed to leverage on technology in the 2018-2019 period, and that enabled us map out a business technology process showing that we wanted to leverage on technology to maximize value to all stakeholders. Next slide, please. So we did the business to technology mapping. We were able to eliminate, or we are still eliminating technology duplication in the business. It's not yet uhuru. It's still something that is in process. We are taking it one step at a time. It's not something we can just jump on. As we mentioned earlier, it's a transition. So it's not something that we flick a switch and resolve at a go. We are defining the technology assurance process. So it's something that we are modifying and improving as we go along. A sidebar. So I have this program I love watching, the Shark Tank. If you've ever seen it, it's more like a Dragon's Den kind of thing, where people come to pitch ideas. There was a particular one I saw where somebody, the dragon, so to say, decided not to invest. Not because that technology was not brilliant, but because they identified that that guy was trying to make it perfect before going to market. And that told me something. We can't get it right the first time. We can't always get it right the first time. But we need to first try and execute, and then we try to improve as we go along the way, which is part of what we are trying to do, defining the technology assurance process. We are deploying best-in-class technologies. We mentioned earlier in the day that, or rather, Oga, if you mentioned earlier in the day that we are not the ones that actually research and define these technologies. Ours is more of an end user. So it's only when we collaborate and partner with these guys that are actually doing the technologies that we can derive value from them. And all the technologies that we have defined and executed, the projects that we have done over time, we need to now show the value. It's not just about just executing projects for the sake of them. After they've been executed, we need to show the value to the business. The monies that have been spent, we need to show how much deferment it has saved, how much cost has been reduced, how much increase in the number of barrels we are producing to tank, and also try and ensure that we are going over them to ensure that there is continuous value being shown. Next slide, please. Effie has already shown this, the key areas, 7 value drivers for us. Under HSC, we will see that there is also security and safety. So that second S, we omitted it, but security is very important, especially in the Nigeria of today. One of our assets in the East, there is literally a need for us to save our guys that are in the front line, because we don't want them exposed to the hazards of the day-to-day frequent travel to the wellhead. So there's a technology we are trying to get where they can actually shorten their wells from their field logistics base and actually read data off their wellheads from their base. So this will enable them reduce downtime, reduce frequent travel to the wellhead, and actually improve safety in the case of exposure to unsavory elements. We've talked about enhanced production, operational excellence. Operational excellence actually is one of the bedrock of our operations. Without it, I'm sure we might have recorded a lot of losses and safety incidents over time. It's something we're also trying to build into the organization, improve upon, and leverage on technology in improving this. Collaboration, we've talked about, process optimization, OPEX reduction, and emissions reduction. Emissions reduction, we have one technology we are trialing out, and that it's with the engineering team. It's about incineration. And I'm sure that should hopefully go live before the end of the year. It will be a major investment on our part, but also a major breakthrough in ensuring that we are sustainable, especially environmentally. Next slide, please. So this is where we are at the moment. We have an IAP tool that we just deployed. The Integrated Activity Planner trialed it over a period. It will enable us get a one-stop shop for all our data. And this will not be only for Seplat use, but also for our JV partners use. So instead of maybe our JV partners calling us or calling somebody in the morning, they have a one-stop shop where they can go every morning and get all the required data that they need from every function. That will go live soon. I think it should go live before end of July. We've talked about remote monitoring sensors, both in the East and the West. We have a virtual asset management system, and on that we will build a virtual reality operations training simulator. Western Asset Operations Manager has had a go at that, and I'm sure he was very happy when he was able to see the Oben gas plant, or rather, a model of the Oben gas plant all the way from Houston. So it's something that will be readily available very soon. The hardware is in country already. We hope to have that domiciled either in the base office in Sapele or at the Oben gas plant for training, for simulation, to enable us have better operational excellence. That will be decided by the asset team. The predictive analytics for pumps is one that is of great and immense benefit to us. It's for not only for pumps, but for all rotating equipment. It has saved us at least over 500,000 USD over a period of 6 months. So it's a project that we are trying to now replicate across all rotating equipment in the field. We've talked about wax mitigation technology already, the Silver Hog that we've already chronicled over time. Next slide, please. So this is the intention for us. We want a digital oil field. And this is not only in production operations. Digital oil field encompasses the development phase, the explorative phase, and also the production operations phase. So this just shows us an overview of where we are trying to make improvements. Deploying machine learning, data analytics, virtual asset management that we've talked about, remote wellhead monitoring, so that we start getting those things on your right. Those are the advantages that we hope to see in time and also build on for further improvements. Next slide, please. So this just explains the different improvements that we've seen over time. I won't bother you with the details, but one I would like to dwell on is the predictive analytics for the pumps. So it's a move from reactive maintenance to proactive maintenance. So what this does is, this is where we use AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. It starts monitoring the usage of your pumps, monitors the key parameters of your rotating equipment, and then starts predicting failures. So if your pump is about to break down in maybe 5 days, based on some behavior, it tells you this pump will break down. Now we know when a pump breaks down, you have unavailable equipment, which can cost you deferment, that's lost revenue. So when you check out all the consequences of that failure and how you are able to prevent it, you see that the value from this technology is quite great. So as I've said, it saved us about $500,000, more than $500,000 over a period of about 6 months. We have someone here that will talk about that in greater detail in due time. As I said, we'll replicate that across some other rotating equipment in due time, hopefully before the end of the year. I've also talked about the virtual reality operation standing simulator. We started talking about this about, I think it's more than 18 months now. So again, we need to realize these things are not off the shelf. They are kind of bespoke solutions. And this has gone through a lot of iterations with our key technology partner in developing this and bringing this to fruition. We've had a lot of back and forth, them trying to understand our operations and us also trying to understand the back end of what they are trying to build. So they have finally delivered a 3D virtual reality model of the Oben gas plant, which is a pilot. We hope to replicate, once we can show the value that this has delivered to our operations, we hope to replicate in NUPRC, replicate in the Seplat gas plant, and also hopefully in the East one day, and any other assets that we hopefully acquire in due course. So as I said, it will enable us train not only new people, but also increase the knowledge of the people that are already working in these facilities. It will enable us stop interfering with real-time online plants, help us simulate interaction between different parts of the plant and also change parameters and see the consequences down the value chain of what we are doing. One of the very, very good benefits that we'll get from this is the online quality management of our effluent that goes into the sales line. So I hope when we actually deploy this, the assets team will be able to help us collate the value added so that we can show it to the stakeholders. So if I think the slide has stopped showing, you would have seen a 3D render of the trainee simulator. So I'll just go on. So now I'm at the part where we talk about where we want to be. So when I joined the team, even before joining the team, I had a mental model of what I think we should be doing as an organization. So I'm not sure how many of us have seen the Saudi Aramco control center. Yes, a lot of us have seen that. It's a very nice thing in the industry. But Saudi Aramco is on another level in terms of revenue and funds. So, but thinking about Seplat, where do we want to be? We need to have a mental model of what we are trying to achieve. We cannot just keep deploying technology because it's a nice to have. We envisage that over time we shall hold a technology gap assurance workshop, define where we are right now, define what the goal is in 5 to 10 years, and make a plan. Without that plan, it is difficult for us to engage our partners, NAPIMS and MPDC, because one of the major obstacles on our path is funding. These things that we have been talking about are not cheap. The guys that are researching them need to get paid, and we need to pay them through the help of the assets, because we are working for the assets. So we intend to have a command and control center sometime in future. We intend to have full data integration and analytics. What does this help us do? It helps us make better decisions, faster decisions. We have heard that most technologies, not all technologies work, but we intend to get to the point where we deploy only technologies that work, and failure rate is less than 5% for any technology that we deploy. And to get to that place, we need to have a good understanding of what is on ground and where we want to be. Full data integration and analytics helps us across the entire value chain. So our aim is just that technology is not only useful in production operations, it's not only useful in subsurface, it's not only useful in drilling. We want to run across the entire value chain of the organization, from finance to HR to SCM to the entire gamut of the operations. So for us to be able to do that, we need cooperation of everybody, from the CEO downwards to the shop floor. Everybody is important to our business, and we recognize the fact that without your support, it is impossible to do. And that it requires continuous improvement. All of us need to pitch in and ensure that we have that goal ahead of us. All of us are looking towards it, and we know that without our involvement, it is impossible to do. So one of the reasons I'm here is to tell you this is what we've done, but we also require your support. We will be coming to you from time to time to help us clarify a few things, ask a few questions. And without you answering them and giving us the true picture of things, it's difficult for us to define solutions together with the vendors that will be involved. Next slide, please. I think Ogaefi has shared this earlier, the challenges that we are trying to surmount. And without technology, it is actually difficult to surmount most of these problems. I've talked about, next slide please, the look ahead, harnessing data integration and analytics applications to focus on business priorities. Again, it's not only production operations, and we want to use it across the entire value chain. Talent management, data management and governance, partnerships, cooperation, alliances, everything. We want technology to be the bedrock of our business. To round up, I'll just tell us a story that keeps me on my toes and keeps me energized in this technology business. How many of us know the Kodak story? It's a very, okay, many of us are not signifying. Are we still here? Okay, we all know the Kodak story. So what we might not know is that Kodak was actually the first company to manufacture the first digital camera. They were the ones that started the digital camera. They manufactured the first one, I think, in 1975. They forgot about it. Some people brought it up again. Then they forgot about it again. Then somewhere around 2003, I believe, somebody said, okay, this might be a disruption to our business, because somebody asked them, what do you think this would do to your business of selling films? So they carried out a survey and said, okay, we have good news and bad news. Bad news is, yes, it might actually disrupt our business and make us actually go out of business. But the good news is we have time. And they said they had 10 years to react. But over the next 10 years until technology caught up with them, they did nothing. So the reason I'm saying this is it's all well and good for us to appreciate the use of technology, to see its effect in our business, but if we do nothing, the danger is there for us all to see. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omotayo Omidiji. I'm sure our bosses know that this keeps you up at night. That's why you are a technology manager. So that Seplat is not caught napping with any technology that will cause major disruptions in the business and in the industry. And I found wanting. Okay. So thank you. Walking us through all that Seplat has achieved with technology. I mean, I like, even though you say Saudi Aramco, which is true, has a whole lot of money and budget behind that their tech center where they see everything that happens in their operations. But what you showed in your own company is a great start, monitoring one of your operations remotely. And with the level of insecurity in the country today, that's a big plus in protecting and safeguarding the lives of your people. I think they deserve another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. And I'm particularly excited about the drive to ensure that technology is used across the entire gamut of your operations, the whole 9 yards. So in every aspect of it, for those who go to field and those who work from the office. Brilliant stuff, Omotayo, brilliant. All right, so we just came straight from eating, as my little girl, we call it, eban soup. Some of us, rice and yam, to those two presentations. So right now, for those of us in the room and those of you online who have been sitting in front of your laptop, we're going to take a stretch break. We're not moving out of here. We're just going to stand up. Just stand up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please, just stand up. Just move your body to the left, to the right. Swing your arm a bit, but don't hit someone. Throw your legs, but not a free kick. Shake your head, but don't bend the neck. Do something to the body, you know. Kill the boredom, increase the excitement, so that simulation can be even much better. That's all we're doing for the next 1 minute or two. And once we sit back down, I'll be bringing up Alphonsus Oreye, who would come talk us through the next set of presentation. And then Tim Lulua will come back to cue the technology category presenters. Yes, yes. I hope those of you online are also standing. It's recommended to stand when you have sat down for sometimes between 1 to 2 hours. In between you stand. I'll tell you a short story. I was driving from Houston to Dallas in 2019, and it's about a 4-hour journey. I drove into this county. It was a bit cold, so I quickly ran into, funny enough, wind up and everything, drove into this, we call it gas station, bought a socks, on the socks I was wearing, bought a head warmer, put on gloves, went back to start driving. 25 minutes from that point, on the dashboard of the car I was driving, he started giving me a signal. You've been driving for 2 hours, park and rest. And then it will show me a sign of coffee. So park and rest and take a cup of tea. I'm like, guy, I just parked for like 10, 15 minutes. Let me be, I'm Nigerian. You know, we have one rest from Abuja to Lagos by road. Oga beg. Allow me to be going. It's 4 hours. Anyways, let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Thank you very much. Let's sit down and continue. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Predictive analytics, AI, ML in maintenance for pumps. You heard Mr. Omidiji say that someone is going to come to talk to us a bit more about it, and that is what we're about to listen to right now. Remember, he said over $500,000 was saved for the company in 6 months' time. I mean, please, that deserves a round of applause, please. Please, it does deserve a round of applause. That's the whole essence of cost optimization. These are the kind of things, technology that would help the company achieve a sub $10 or even sub 30. That's the remarkable feat. So at this time, maintenance supervisor for West Asset Production of Seplat Energy Plc will be telling us a little bit more about this nano-precise technology. Let's welcome Alphonsus Oreye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So just as introduced, I'll be talking about predictive analytics. I'm actually a beneficiary of some of the technologies that have been deployed in the system. And precisely, I'll be talking about the one that is installed on some of our asset equipment, particularly the export pumps. But before, can you please present the slides? Okay. All right, thanks. So just before I go ahead, I will quickly do a historical perspective of what we have enjoyed before this technology that have been deployed in Western Assets on the pumps, the export pumps. Before now, we've had the traditional condition monitoring, which of course required the use of accelerometer to take data from the running pumps and analyze and then bring back. We also had the one we called CAT Connect, which of course does not monitor the rotating bodies, but focuses on the engine, engine parameters, like the temperature, the speed, and things like that. So over time, due to some of the failures we've had, which I'll be talking about in one of the slides, that necessitated the use of or in search of a predictive analytics that can actually give us a win-win situation to manage our failures or the challenges we've had over time, necessitated the deployment of the current unit we are using now. So we had CAT Connect. What does CAT Connect do? CAT Connect only monitored, it was a recommended version of what we could use for in Western Asset pumps, which of course are driven by Caterpillar, and CAT Connect is also manufactured by Caterpillar, and then we moved on to Product Link. The two actually focus more on the engine, but the engine alone does not deliver what we actually need. So the engine is coupled with the pumps, and also in other areas where the engine is coupled with the alternator, the engine is coupled with the gas compressors and things like that. But a pilot scheme, next slide please. A pilot scheme was, deployed, and then we got some inputs, from vendors that actually presented to us about the analytics. So for the traditional units, we've had to take data on running equipment like I mentioned earlier, and the oil analysis also that we were doing. But that in itself was still resulting to failures. The reason, there was a gap. After taking condition or deploying condition monitoring this month and we analyze, before the result comes, a failure would have occurred because it wasn't like you having, an online thing that it was as the unit runs, you're able to monitor the piece of equipment and take decision as the unit runs. That was not there. And that was actually why the search for a new technology that could really cover that gap was there. So we were able to get in touch with a vendor that actually projected the online predictive analytics, which of course we've deployed now as a pilot project. And we have about 4 of our units for the pilot scheme. and the outcome was, in fact, awesome. So with this, we actually used 4 sensors per pump. We used 4 sensors, and the result from the 4 sensors, like I have here, I would have also put that on the slide. You will see from anywhere you are in the world, you can actually gain access to the pumps that are running and see their life expectancy and the decision you need to quickly take to ensure that that pump is not down. You can actually see that. So for this piece of equipment, the analytic is also, you can Google it, you can find rotating LF, that's the name of the technology, rotation LF. So it's also called nano precise. So we have some nano sensors that were deployed on this piece of equipment and collect data and send the data back for analysis. This is in milliseconds, and the result is out for a decision, quick decision making. So that was what we did, and then reduced the impact, the negative impact on production loss, defilements, and the likes. So just a little bit of what the equipment does is deploying sensors, pressure sensors, transmitters, and just for more details, and then you have the nano sensors that are actually looking at the bearing locations, you know, for quick intervention when needed. Next slide, please. Basically, like I mentioned, the impact on our production was great because of equipment failure, which we have recorded over time. You know, from year to year, we've had a situation where pump failures was actually like a routine. You know, reason because the condition monitoring that we're doing was one-off. When in a month, maybe in 2 months, we go about taking data, you know, within 2 months. That space, that gap creates a lot of setbacks. You know, when the analysis comes and you are not able to pinpoint or localize what might fail, you know, that creates a gap. And we're having a lot of failures that people sat down and what can we do about this? And then that gave rise to the technology. Like I mentioned, the challenges like bearing failure, couplings, and the failure due to vibrations and things like that were enormous in the system. And it goes along from time to time, which, of course, the new technology we have now has surmounted. So as one who is testifying on behalf of the guys who installed this technology, you know, I go to the next slide, please. So what we have done is we've mapped out plans to see how we can actually deploy this technology for the rest of the equipment that currently are not having the installed technology. So we have, like I mentioned, we have close to 64 units, export pumps, which we will be covering within this year and next year as to cover on this technology. And then thereafter, we'll migrate to other units like the gas compressors and the generators. So it's going to be in phases as we deploy these units. Please, next slide. So these are just to give some clarity on the benefits, the efficiency that we've been able to get from the installed units, the impact on production, the reduced defilements, and also the manner that would have been spent, you know, having to fix a unit that is down. Like in time past, we've had a situation like one of our plants where the rotating equipment was down for a very long time, and it cost huge sum of money to recover. You know, that's what this technology has been able to address for us. How? If you go to your chart, or if you are defined, If you are defined on the platform, what happens is you are able to see the equipment that are running. You know, you see them spot, whether in Amukpe, Sapele, or in Oben, you're able to see them and look at the life expectancy. You know, it tells you the equipment is running 100% without problems. If there are challenges, it tells you precisely where that challenge is. So it's not about you going further to do analysis. It has already revealed to you where the challenge is, and then you go straight to that point, and it reduces the time that probably you would have spent when a failure occurs. So invariably, you have eliminated the downtime on the piece of equipment because of what you have deployed. And also, the defilement that is associated with that breakdown, you have also taken it off. So that's how the piece of equipment works. The next slide, please. So this is what you can see on the screen of, just go. Right, this is what you can see. You can go to the next slide as well. So these are the parameters from the screen of the piece of equipment. It will tell you the time you have before the failure occurs, and then you can quickly take a proactive action because it has already warned you. It's not going to stop the unit, but before 5 days, you know, to the failure, it will prompt you. So you take a wise decision to quickly stop the unit, rectify. If it's a misalignment, for instance, you shut the unit down, correct that misalignment, and the unit is back on track. Then allowing the unit to fail. In the previous manner, the traditional way we're doing it, take the data collected for analysis. Before the data is returned for a decision making, the unit has already failed. So we have been able to go past that, and now we are on track to see how we can, you know, take this technology for all other rotating equipment. So to round up, it's just a short brief. To round up, what we're going to be doing here is, for our look ahead, we'll be attentioning all the other pumps within the year. That is, the pumps that have not been installed with this equipment. We're going to be doing that. There is already a budget cover. And then next year also, the remaining of the pumps that will be planned to do also will be taken into consideration. And thereafter, we move into the gas compressors. You know, for the span of 3 years, we should have all rotating equipment covered with this predictive and analytic system or technology. So on that note, I want to thank you for your time, and we look forward to having new technologies that can actually deliver value for the system. Just like Tayo mentioned in his presentation, we've actually saved the company from failures that have been averted by the technology more than $500,000. You know, like the failure I referred to, where a rotor failed, we spent over $600,000 just to repair 2 rotors. You know, and that alone, if we have that kind of failure, you know how the production first, you have defilement, then the cost of repairs will be high because you definitely need to get approval for emergency fix because you don't have time to, you don't have the luxury to stay waiting for vendors to come and do the fixing of that kind of equipment. So on that note, I want to thank you again for giving me the attention to testify on the technology we have deployed on our pumps. Thank you so much.
That was quite insightful and informative. We've seen what real-time predictive analytics with AI capability looks like from the focal point of that presentation. Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. He also mentioned a number of benefits. I'm sure that most importantly, some of these benefits that will be of great importance to us will be increased overall efficiency of the system and increased cost savings. I'm sure when he was mentioning the hundreds of thousands of dollars, people were just nodding and saying, yes, yes, that's good. That's the way to go, really. Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. That was a technology show with the theme Predictive Analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in Maintenance for Pumps. The focus was on nano-precise. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you will do well to give a round of applause to the Maintenance Advisor, West Asset Production, Seplat Energy, Mr. Alphonsus Oreye. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that presentation. It was quite insightful. All right, we have several technology presentations that will be made through the course of this Technology Week. And first off, we have two presentations that will run in quick succession. One from LTEM Support and Services Limited, the other from DAPTEM Engineering. This category is on asset integrity, reliability, and process safety management. So we'll listen to these technology presentations, we'll see what technologies they have deployed in their own systems, and the focus for these presentations, these two presentations, will be on asset integrity, reliability, and process safety management. To kick off proceedings in this regard, we have a representative of LTEM Support and Services Limited. He is none other than Engineer Yemi Mofikoya, Business Manager, LTEM Group. Please give him a round of applause as he takes the stage for the next 20 minutes. You've had lunch, you cannot be tired. So please, you do well to ensure that the applause keeps coming until he gets on stage. Thank you very much. Engineer Yemi Mofikoya, Business Manager, LTEM Group. You have the stage, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm from LTEM, and I'll be speaking on the technology that we deploy, which is like a wireless technology. So I'll just go through my slides. So I'll be speaking more of the OEM that we represent in Nigeria, which is Emerson. And like I said earlier, we're talking about wireless technology that you can use to monitor your operations, your processes, also your plants. Okay. No, it's not coming up yet. The slides for LTEM. Okay. Okay. So, talking more about what we do, like I said, it's a technology that we deployed using for your production process control and also for reliability, safety, and energy. Before now, you talk about a closed system for your process control. All right, but using the wireless technology, you talk more about the reliability, you also talk more about safety, you also talk more about energy, which is moving from a closed loop into a different pathways that you can use to monitor your equipment or your plant so that you don't have so many failures that has to do with the plant. Now we have about 53 of this wireless technology available that have operated for about 19 billion operating hours. Then in terms of the countries that we have this equipment, it's about 146 countries, then 54 wireless network operating as we speak globally. So this technology runs on a wireless at designed for reliability and real plant conditions. Because of the wireless instrument that we use, they are battery powered, and they also have multiple pathways. So what I mean by that is that once you have communication between your instruments on the field in terms of monitoring, and it sends signals to your gateway, if there's a disruption on that part in terms of communication, it selves look for an alternative route so that it can go through because it's battery powered. Now, wireless device that we deploy, in terms of cost, you have a cost savings methodology because you don't use cables. You don't have a cable that connects your instrument to your HMI or to your PLCs. So it transmits wirelessly. Then you also reduce the process penetration. In terms of complexity, because it's wirelessly monitored, and that's how you send the signal, you also have reduced complexity in terms of the design. Then safety is good, reliability also is improved. Now, the plants that you can monitor using this technology varies from, you can monitor your pressure, you can monitor your temperature, you can also monitor the flow, your pumps, also the level of some of the plants that you have on the field. This wireless devices runs on a platform or a software called the Plantway Insight. Now, the Plantway Insight, you can see everything. You're monitoring your temperature, you're monitoring your level, you're also monitoring the temperature of your pumps or any device that you have, or the flow meter. So on the Plantway Insight, that's the control system. You can see everything that is happening. You can see when there's failure. You can also see when there's a challenge with any of the monitoring items on your process. The process also, the plant also is scalable. You can start from number one, monitoring your pumps. You can also move into monitoring the flows on your pipes. You can also move to your PRVs. You can also move to your heat exchangers. You can also move to your wireless pressure gauge. You can also move to your steam traps. You can also move to your pressure vessels. So you can do it in scale. You don't have to add on everything as soon as you deploy this technology. So you can deploy the technology and you can start scaling depending on the processes that you want to monitor. Now, like I said, the major items that you monitor with this technology has to do with your pumps. You also move to your pressure relief valves monitoring. Then you move to your corrosion or erosion monitoring. And what we also provide in LTEM is that aside these devices and the module that we offer, we also have an insulated cabin. All right, we also have a box, where you can put in your servers. You can put in your server because from the instrument, it sends signal to the control room. So the control room has to be insulated. So we also offer that insulated box using insulating material called rigid polyurethane foam. With the rigid polyurethane foam, you can control the temperature of what you have in that box. It's a modular structure, like I said. We carry it with all our equipment inside and we deploy it to site. So it's very modular. And we can also vary the size. We can vary the size of the box that you want. Once we come to your site, we do inspection, we design what to apply to your processes, also considering the items that you want to monitor, then also looking at how to scale. So we can help you design that box and also deploy so that you have a one-stop solution for your processes and for your plants. Thank you very much. That's all I have for LTEM.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the business manager, LTEM Group, Engineer Yemi Mofi Koya. He has spoken on how they are deploying wireless technology in ensuring that their operations run smoothly and there is increased efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to beg your indulgence. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that presentation. It is still the category of asset integrity, reliability, and process safety management. And the next speaker in this category is a representative of DAPTEM Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the Chief Executive Officer, DAPTEM Engineering, Oladapo Uju. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage for his presentation. As we did for the last speaker, please keep the applause coming until he gets on stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Riding on the existing protocol, my name is Oladapo, and I work with DAPTEM. We'll be talking about remote monitoring using wireless sensors for fields like and assets like Seplat and some other major IOCs. Our partner product that we'll be talking about today is called Go Easy Flow. We've had some installation with other clients, and this is working based on the technology called LoRa network. Next slide. Yeah, so one of the advantage of going wireless for assets like Seplat or other IOCs is a fast delivery and deployment, no need for cabling. These are sensors that are self-powered. They are battery-powered, self-powered, and one of the advantages of our product is having a very good battery life based on your transmission rate, your pull rate on transmission. So our battery can go for like 10 years, 8 years, depending on how your transmission is. So another advantage of our product is you don't need to depend on any network, no need for mobile network. We build a private network for you, LoRa protocol. It's proprietary, is not based on some standards that are, that would make your system to depend on only that particular product. So you are able to integrate to third-party existing meters. So let's say in Amukwe you want to make your metering skid or metering devices to be wireless. You can deploy our product to such place using either Modbus or other protocols based on what you have in the field. So you can make your metering skid or metering solution wireless via some of our sensors as well. Another good thing about our product is we are able to have what do you call it? We are ATEX certified, and then we are able to integrate to any third-party devices, be it MRC, be it Delta V, anything. We can integrate into it and make them wireless. Whether you have your pumps, whether you have any of your assets, depending on what protocols you want. So those products that you see there, you have the gateway, you have the sensor, both pressure, temperature. You can do level as well, and all of them are smart. They can self-diagnose themselves, and then they have long battery life, like I said before. It can go up to like 10 years, depending on your pull rate. One of the issues that I've found out in this wireless technology is battery life, and one of the issues that I've found out that most clients have is battery life. But we have been able to overcome that through our R&D from our partners. So we have a very long battery life. So there is no need for you to say, I'm deploying a smart product and I'm changing my battery every 4 months, at the end of the day, the cost you are saving, you are also incurring more costs by changing the battery. So our product is not like that. Next slide. Yes, so this is a typical network where you have your meter, you have your pressure, you have your temperature. All of them are wireless and smart. They are talking to the gateway. They can form a mesh network, so they don't depend on only line of sight before they communicate. And you have the LoRa box there, and then you have custom application where you can trend, you can do history. The operators don't have to go to the field to take operator rounds in the field. Everything is wireless, and you can be in the base office and get things done easily, with ease. Next slide. Yes, so this is a typical architecture of the wellhead and also a vessel. So you can see the sensors are capable of getting the wellhead pressure, casing head pressure, tubing head pressure, and also flow line, both PT and TT. And then you can also integrate with your metering. So if you have a metering station, you want to change into wireless or integrate into wireless without running cable, you can call on us for this as well. You can do control also with our devices, like you want to do choke control, you want to do gas injection actuation, everything wireless, you can do it. Our devices are capable of doing that. So some of the features are all instrumentations is battery powered and wireless, no need for cabling, full monitoring of all well parameters, like I said, the flow line, the casing, the tubing, the SCSSV, depending on what you want to measure. Wells are controlled based on performance. It's real-time optimization, no more, you don't have to guess what you are doing. You know what your result will be like. Next slide. Wireless monitoring and control of remote facility using LoRa network technology. Well monitoring control, autonomous smart production optimization, smart autonomous choke optimization, tank level control with smart activated valve, gas or water injection, smart optimization. You can do gas leak monitoring and control. So another good thing about our gateway is this. Up to 16,000 devices can be handled by each gateway in 3-kilometer radius. So we're talking about advantages of going with our wireless solution. You cover more distance, you have long battery life, you have scalability, meaning even after you have done one particular project, you can still add more assets to it without needing to get another gateway. So these are some of the advantages of going with this particular product. You can see we can go up to 3 kilometers, and it's extendable by having more gateways. So 3 kilometers is not a joke. Next slide. Yes, so the difference between our products and other products can be seen there. We can do pressure, we can do temperature, we can do choke control, we can do valve control, we can turn on, turn off, we can integrate into third-party devices without any problem. So these are some of the reasons why you need to pitch with our solution. We already have it in some of the marginals and also some IOCs as well. This is our presentation. We want to thank you for this time, and we look forward to working with you more.
Thank you very much, CEO Daptem Engineering Oladapo Ojo, for that presentation.
Yeah.
Let's have the run through.
Grab the other mic. Okay, so there you have it. It's the last activity for the day. And tomorrow we will resume bright and early at 9 a.m. Now this morning I had to go ask some members of the team. The CEO began with a quote this morning, and I thought I got the quote, but I missed half of it. I don't know if anybody remembers the quote CEO started with this morning. Anybody remembers the quote? Okay. I was actually going to give... You want to try, sir?
You've changed your mind.
Do you want to try? Just try. You see, you don't know what I'm going to give a Rolls Royce or a Bentley.
What if there's a prize?
I might give a Rolls Royce or a Bentley. You never can tell. Where do you like a house? Is it Banana Island or Bodylon? Just tell me, man. You never can tell.
Okay, hi. About the house, Houston. Okay, so the CEO said the quote. And I like that you're bringing it into perspective.
Yes.
Something about technology, and either you're on technology or you're rolling under it, something along those lines.
Yeah, true that.
Thanks.
There's technology I agree with you. That's what happened to me in the morning. I had to ask one of the team members. In my case, I got the first 2 or 3 words, and then I had to talk to some of the team members who helped me pick it up. Okay, I'll just save us the trouble. CEO said, once a new technology rolls over you, if you are not part of the steamroller, you are part of the road. Stewart Brand. He did say he was quoting from somebody. And from what we have heard so far today, you can tell that Seplat is indeed part of the technology that is going to drive Nigeria through this energy transition and bring us at the other end having a greener process in producing what we cannot run away from. You know, many people are now saying because of the crisis in Russia and Ukraine that European countries are beginning to go back to coal. Well, it is true, but I strongly beg to differ slightly because they have been using coal for the longest time. As at last count when I checked early this year, 38% of the power generated in developed countries comes from fossil, like coal and many others. So truly, we need to find greener ways, which is exactly what Seplat is doing. We're not going back to coal as a company. We're not going back to, pursuing dirty sources of producing this crude. We're looking for cleaner ways to do it, and technology has been helping us to achieve all of that milestone and more. I'm so excited about the analytics that helped the company drive down cost by $500,000 in 6 months. That is just mind-blowing. So I will just do a very brief recap of what has happened today, and then tomorrow morning before we start, I'll run through a proper recap. Now, in the beginning, the quote started us off with the CEO, who, again, as I said earlier, reminded us of why Seplat is doing this, the importance of last year's addition to the business of the company. Some of the things that you've heard here came from last year, and the CEO gave us a general overview of all of that. And that led us to Oga Effie. Oga Effie came to talk to us about what technology is doing in the whole of Seplat's operation, again, giving us an overview and telling us that someone was going to come later today who did eventually technology manager and walk us through the specific things that technology is doing in the specific units and the specific field of operations that the technology is doing that for Seplat. He did also remind us that the company is determined and is indeed leading Nigeria's energy transition with reliable and affordable energy and a strategic framework that is hinged on strong governance and risk management. For those of us who were in Abuja for NOG at the beginning of the week, Sunday, one of the things that the ES of NCDMB charged most of the independents to do is to have strong corporate governance. And if my memory serves me right, I remember he did commend Seplat and a few others for thriving, in that space. And we were reminded today by Oga Effie that Seplat is indeed committed in working strongly with a good corporate governance and risk management to achieve all that the company is set out to achieve. Then he took us on a global energy outlook. I don't need to bore us with all of that. It's something we all know. He reminded us of the growing population and the need for energy in the very near future. You know, he did also talk about gas and renewables driving this growth and what Seplat is doing in this space, as he himself is leading the charge, you know, for gas, for new energy for the company. And the future, of course, we all know, is heading towards net zero, and gas definitely is playing a major role in all of that. Okay, much as Seplat is not as big as the IOCs, who have different excellence centers for R&D across their respective home countries of business, Seplat is also beginning to do the same. I mean, this Technology Week is a typical example. He assured us that much as we don't have that huge budget of the IOCs, but as much as we can do to encourage R&D and optimization using technology, we will continue to do as a company. And it did also remind us of what is bedeviling the industry today, the likes of crude theft and all. Well, so many things he said. He did speak for a while, and he did reiterate, which Omidiji has reminded us a few minutes ago, that the company is poised to become a digital champion in the energy industry, right? He did also walked us through some of the blockers to adopting digitalization for exploration and some other activities in the energy industry. Okay, I will pause that for now. Then we went into panel session 1, and in panel session 1, I think pretty much what we talked about in panel session 1 is how to make the process go greener, and a lot was said about carbon capture and sequestrations and their likes. Biodiversity came to play as well in that panel session 1. They did a stellar job, the moderator and the panel members, in walking us through how, you know, we can better manage the CO2 process. One of the speakers commended Seplat for the tree planting initiative and asked Seplat to proceed on how to calculate our CO2 contributions and plant the amount of trees that would help capture some of those CO2 emissions that is coming from operations. No need to say that we've already begun that as a company and well on our way to achieving that level of success in that area. Some other advice was given to NUPRC who were in the room. I'm going to skip that. Something I find quite interesting that came from that panel is that in Asia, about $10 to $15 is how much gas is being sold for. And here we're doing $2.80. My goodness, so much we really need to do as a country. Now, this is not a Seplat issue. You know, it's a country, regulatory, government and policy issues. We really need to work on those things. I've always maintained the fact that when we allow the industry determine prices, people might say capitalism is wicked and all of that, but the fact is, when they determine these prices, it attracts more investment. It gives confidence and encouragement to investors to throw in more funds and create more value for the country. We need gas now, especially LPG. And if the people who produce gas can get more value for that, I'm certain that more investments will go into it. Okay, so the NUPRC spoke to us about what they're doing as regulators and ultimately spoke about some of the initiatives that they have going with tons of commendations to Seplat for the Energy Week. Again, the NUPRC is also looking at asking for every fuel that they have awarded. They're going to be demanding gas utilization plan, you know, so that gas is truly utilized as government is pursuing it in this decade of gas. We went from there to NNPC NAPIMS presentation, where we walked through the efforts of NNPC and NAPIMS in the development of gas using various technologies that is available to them and maximizing what opportunities the PIA has, you know, laid down on the table of the NNPC that is transitioning in the next couple of weeks to a full limited liability company. So the MD Seplat West also came and spoke to us on how the company is intentionally and strategically investing in gas and, of course, doing all they can to support gas to home and utilization of incineration technologies, and also what they're doing around changing the gas, the diesel power generators on the rigs to gas-powered generators. That way, they utilize the gas coming from the field. It is cleaner than diesel. It's even going to drive down the cost of running the diesel in terms of powering it, the rigs rather, in terms of powering it, because at the end of the day, if it's going to cost you about $300 per kilowatt hour to produce electricity using diesel, using gas, that is going to drop to somewhere around 50, 60, naira per kilowatt hour. So really, it's another way that the company will be saving money, in my own perspective, moving forward. Then Mr. Mudiji came along and spoke to us about the technology group vision, which he shared with us. I don't want to bore us with all of that details. Told us where Seplat is right now in terms of their technology utilization, and also told us what the mandate they received and how they're pursuing it, and did also tell us of where they want to be as a company. I was excited at the fact that they are committed in ensuring that technology is deployed in every aspect of the business, whether it be the assets development, whether it be what HR is doing or what communications is doing. Technology will be used every step of the way. Also spoke to us about what I call the one-stop command center, that will be fully operational in the next couple of weeks. Temiloluwa, I don't know what you have picked up. I don't know what you've picked up by way of wrapping up this session, and thereafter we'll draw the curtains.
Not this session, Seplat West. Not Seplat West. Don't this session.
Okay. No, just go ahead. Run your own session. Don't worry. Go ahead. Just run your own session.
All right, from the presentation by the MD of Seplat West Limited, the focus really is on ensuring that they express that commitment to delivering clean and renewable energy in a sustainable manner. Energy security is one of the central themes in the journey towards energy transition, and gas will play an important role in this process. For some of the action points that they have, yes, they include protecting the environment, reducing emissions, making oil and gas operations more efficient, and yes, deploying technology to reduce wax formation in their operations. To wrap things up and to really summarize the presentation, the commitment is to provide reliable energy with limitless potential in a reliable and sustainable manner. Richmond, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and our most distinguished online attendees on YouTube, on Zoom, we thank you all very kindly. Then we rounded off today with presentations from LTEM and DAPTEM, walking us through the respective technologies they have and how the technology, if deployed, can help Seplat achieve even more optimization and value creation, for the business and for our respective stakeholders. And on that note, we will bring today's proceedings to a halt. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We want to thank you all for joining us, and please do well to be bright and early tomorrow. We want to apologize for any technical hitch that we had at the beginning. It was due to some logistics challenge here on site. We didn't have control over, but I assure you there will be no such hitches in terms of those in the room not seeing the slides when we started. So once again, we thank you. We thank the technology team, myself and Temiloluwa, for giving us the opportunity to do this. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And we still have some refreshments served outside as you're leaving. For those of you in your office or in your home, I am certain there's water in your dispenser, there's food in your kitchen, and there's snacks in your fridge. Help yourself to eat and take some coffee, and we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early. Richmond Suji is my name, and he is Temiloluwa Awon Biogbon. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.